What up, Sid? How you doing? How's life going? You still on the job hunt? Still sick and having fevers? Oh shit, dude. You got what everybody's got right now. Sup, Mouse Boy? What up, NFT? And yes, still on the job hunt. Yeah, everybody's sick these days, dude. It's like I know there's like a flu going around, so I assume you probably just got what everybody got. I had it like a month ago, and it just seems like it's trickling around and everybody's getting it, so. What up, Sextra? How you doing? Dude, you're over on YouTube? Damn. Trying to get me to that 4,000 watch hours, huh? Yeah, for real? I just got sick the other day too? Damn. Yeah, it's going around. I mean, I guess it's just because it's like the winter time too. Like the winter time, like diseases just spread more easily. But what am I doing? You know, just talking with toothpaste, the usual. We're just chatting about animation. Yeah, you're just making him your critique bitch. We were talking about you yesterday. He came over to my place and he was telling me that you're like his little apprentice. But then I tell him that you basically just show up when you need something from me. I opened up YouTube to chill and saw the stream, had to pop in. Hell yeah, dude. If I had, how many viewers would I need to actually get like monetized via a live stream? I would probably need 1,000 viewers watching me for 4 hours, or you know, the equivalent of 1,000 viewers over the course of several streams. He's a cool guy. Oh yeah. I hate that there's this little speck here. I have 2 cool teachers. I won't tell your actual college teacher, unless you're not referring to me. Just keep going, NFT. I believe in you. One day, you'll be killing the game, you'll be working in a professional studio. Life will be good, dude. And then you'll get laid off, and then life will be shit. But you'll get a job again after that, and then life will be good. How's school going, NFT? The fuck? What layer is this on? Wow, very encouraging. I know. I'm so gentle and sweet to my young little apprentice, NFT. Wow, you mean that? You're gonna make me tear up. Oh, I mean it. You'll get laid off one day. I'm just kidding. Who knows? Maybe the animation industry will do a hard recovery and things will be good. I also don't know what it's like internationally. I can only really speak for the Canadian industry, so. Toothpaste never got laid off though. They love his ass. I technically never got laid off. I probably would have, but I don't think... I didn't get laid off, technically. I quit, but... I do wonder if I would have been laid off. I probably would have, because I think, like, my entire team basically got laid off, but... The cutthroat Canadian industry. Yeah, we're not unionized. There's no real Canadian unions in animation in Canada. All the unions are in the US, so we're not as well protected or as well paid. You didn't get laid off, but did you get laid? My little secret. Teehee. That would give another meaning to human resources, I bet. I do wonder what, like, I was looking today, before stream, actually, I was browsing whether, you know, buying a vending machine is a viable business. Or, like, not viable, it's obviously viable, but whether it's, like, worth it. Most people say it's not, because I think a lot of people think it sounds like a very passive thing, but the reality is, like, if your machine fucks up or something, you're gonna end up having people calling you on your personal cell phone to complain about how your machine stole 10 cents from them. And it's just not... Apparently it's very stressful to manage. So it's not awesome and free money, you know? I just want free money. That's all I'm saying. Make Boba manage it? No. I'm not gonna make Boba manage my vending machine. He doesn't even live in my country. How's he gonna collect the money? It's like a cash business. Unless you get one of, like, the fancy machines that have, like, credit cards on them or whatever. Ads? Oh yeah, I should run ads. I totally forgot. Oh, the ads are already running. Huh, would you look at that? Are you sure there's ads? My thing shows no ads. Weird. I guess if you're watching an ad, I guess I should defer to you, but... I also forgot to drop the Discord notification. Let me do that. Actually, let me know when the ads are done, and then I'll drop it. He can't hear me right now. I don't know why I'm talking to him. Let me know when the ads are done. Oh, Jesus, you sick? You sound like you ate a loogie. Me? Do I? I feel fine. Do I sound gross? Is my mic fucking up? It could just be my mic. I think I'm good, though. I don't think I'm sick. You know what it is? It could be that I haven't spoken yet today. Because I woke up at like 9. And I just fucking, you know, haven't, like, I live alone, so I haven't chatted with anybody, but... I saw your video about eyes. I got some of the info, but I'm still struggling with the eyes of perspective. I like the way you draw the eyes of your characters. Oh, thanks, man. Okay, well, I can give you a little rundown on how I approach it. So, like, the video on eyes, what I basically said was as you rotate the eye, like, let's say you do a little eye here, right? I'm just going to do a little demo eye for you, Must Play. Like, let's say you do a little demo eye here. When you rotate the eye in perspective, meaning, like, if you go from a front-on head... I love when people come in and ask tutorial questions. I'm not gonna lie. This is, like, my bread and butter. Alright, so let's say you have... I'm just gonna do a quick little shitty front-on head here, okay? Let's say you do a front-on head. The eye is gonna be of a certain width. And what you want to track when you rotate the perspective... NFT, are the ads done, by the way? I want to drop my Discord notification. I don't want to drop it and have a bunch of people show up in ads. So when you do like a front-on eye, you're gonna get the full width. The more you rotate the eye, because the eye is flush to the front of the face, more or less. I mean, there's three-dimensionality to it, but generally speaking, it's kind of flush. As you turn the eye more, the width of the eye is going to get more and more narrow. So if I get more 3/4, it's going to get slightly more narrow. The height, though, of the eye stays the same. So this is not going to change. This is not going to change. But all the features, including like the pupil and the iris and all that stuff, they're going to get narrower. So they're going to compress more. So now it's going to be a little bit more narrow. And then when you get to the profile eye, the big difference is that it's basically just like a side view, like, little triangle thing. So that's how I would simplify it. So I would literally just do like a triangle like this. Okay, literally just like that. Or I guess it's half a triangle because I haven't connected it. And then I just do a little curve like this. And then the iris is going to be not directly glued to the front of the eye. It's actually going to be in a little bit. And then that's just going to add, like, more three-dimensionality. And if you want to add more detail, like, if you want it to be more realistic rather than, like, anime-esque, let's say, you can just add little lines in here. And that'll imply that there's depth to your eye, right? So that's sort of how I think about it. And you can also add sort of the eyelid thickness up here, down here, whatever, right? But that's it. That's more or less how you draw an eye, right? So hopefully that simplifies it for you a little bit. I don't really like what I did there, but... Yo, what's cracking, bro? What up, Symphony? How you doing, big dog? I'm gonna drop my Discord notification. The ads are done, right? Yeah, ads are done. I dropped it for you. God, I'm such a cool mod. Did you? Oh, well, that helps. Thank you. Squeakity squeak every nyan. At this point, my mods are just going to basically drop the notifications, because I always forget in the Discord to drop the notice. Yeah, thanks. No worries, dog. Also, welcome in. It's very interesting to have somebody show up from one of my shorts. It's a very rare thing for me. I don't actually have people that convert over from the shorts to Twitch. Yeah, I got the notification? Hell yeah, dude. I don't know, maybe you were just grumbling. You sound so normal. I feel like I sound normal. The thing is, I can't really hear myself too well because I've got, like, noise-canceling headphones on. But generally speaking, I feel normal, so... We're gonna keep drawing this dude. I was drawing this dude last night after stream, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep drawing him while I'm live. I want to do, like, a different expression. I feel like all of my characters always sort of have, like, a neutral expression, so I give this guy a little smile, because I was like, I need something a little bit more interesting than just some neutral expression. I also don't know if I want his head to be tilted forward as much. He kind of looks, well, it looks weird. That's not how your neck would work. Your neck wouldn't originate like that, it would come out a little bit more like this. It's because I was looking for solutions for my eyes. Then I started to look at some of your old streams on YouTube, and I found that you have a Twitch. Oh yeah, I'm on YouTube and Twitch right now, so it really just comes down to what people prefer. Generally speaking, most of my audience is on Twitch, but I do stream on YouTube also. You really need to add an animation channel in the Discord, by the way. Just a suggestion. Why don't you just post it in the art channel? It's animation's art, right? You can share your animation in the art channel. What up, Yeti? What up, Jadu? How you guys doing? What's up, baby boy? Oh, shit, you're de-aging me, huh? I'm a little baby boy now. I wish I could do, like, a really convincing, like, baby cry, but I can't. I have, like, there are, like, it's like a power that, like, women have. I think some women can actually, like, emulate baby noises really, really well. It's, like, terrifying. But I think when you've got a voice like mine, it's not in the cards. It's not possible. I can't go, like, high-pitched with my voice because it hurts. Genuinely, actually, legitimately hurts. It's fucking weird. But yeah, I don't really know what to do with this guy. I wanted to keep doing, like, pirate-type dudes or whatever, but I don't know if, like... This guy I was really, really struggling with, and I don't know if I should keep going on this dude. I do like his face. I just don't know, like, how to really sort of build him up from here without, like, going deep into reference. I should probably be looking at reference right now, but... Yeah, whatever. We'll do something. We'll just keep him sort of neutral, I guess. Doesn't have to be too crazy. The fuck is this? What is that? It's probably like an old reference I had. With... Hey, how's it going? What up, Sade? How you doing? How you doing? Guys, by the way, I'm going to make an announcement after stream today. We're going to be discontinuing the Monday stream. So there's going to be no stream tomorrow for Monday. I'm tired of doing Monday streams. It's just exhausting after getting home from work and then streaming again. It's too much. It's too much for me. So I think we're going to go back down to 3 days a week, which is what we were originally. And then we did like 4 days a week for like a year. And it was great. I just didn't see like a huge improvement off of it. And then this way, dropping down to 3 days a week, I can put more focus on YouTube Shorts and just sort of like YouTube content in general. So that's sort of the plan right now. I'm gonna get rid of the Monday stream, and it's gonna free me up, not necessarily to do more content, but just it'll free me up energy-wise to do more shit. Cause I'm gassed, dude. I can't do the job and the streaming and the YouTube stuff. It's too much. If you're not sure, you shouldn't guess and go look it up, said a wise guy to me. I know that's true. I should look it up. I think that my concern is less looking it up and more, you know, having dead air while I'm on stream. It's still like a weird fixation of mine. Unless I'm like hyper locked in on what I'm drawing. The idea of me just browsing Pinterest for like 20 minutes to find the perfect reference, it's just, I find it weird. I don't know. Take care of yourself, man. I mean, I'm good. I don't know. I really don't know. I've been weirdly kind of all over the place emotionally the last like month or two, and I think it really is just like the overworking, which is why I kind of want to reduce the streaming stuff, because the YouTube stuff's going well. Like one of my best shorts I think had like 50,000 views, which is kind of crazy for somebody who's only posted like a few shorts. And so I think it's something that I should definitely keep pursuing, but yeah, I just gotta be careful about how I do it. I don't want to burn out. Like, and I can feel it coming, and I just started, you know. So it's like, and then I think what the goal is gonna be is gonna be basically, you know, keep doing the shorts and stuff, and then while I do that, I'm gonna passively try and develop like a course, and then I'm gonna try and sell a course. And I don't know how I'm gonna approach the course. I've started drafting it a little bit. I'm gonna probably structure it with like anatomical chapters, so like a chapter on like the head, let's say, and then a chapter on the arms, and then, you know, torsos, and then blah 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 blah, and then building up to like maybe character designing, elements of character designing, and I'm just gonna basically keep adding to it. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do, and I'm curious to let me know what you guys think about this approach. But my idea is basically I might just put the current state of the course on Gumroad, and then people can buy it for a flat rate of like, I don't know, 15-20 bucks or something like that. And then what I'm going to also do is I'm going to update like new versions of the course on Patreon. So essentially you can either buy the course in its current state off of Gumroad for a flat rate, or you could follow on Patreon for the live updates to the course. And I plan to just basically do like new lessons every like month or two or something like that. Whatever time like allows, really. Why not make animations? I bet that would bring views. It's too time consuming. So the issue is I need to be able to generate content fast enough. It's not that I don't want to do animation. It's that the turnaround to like the output is just too slow. If you're doing weekly shorts, it's not realistic for me to actually produce like an animation that has any sort of quality to it that would be viable for social media consumption. Like it's better for me to do like these little sketches and heads like I do here or whatever, because then it gives me some sort of background content to work through. And also my content is more focused around tutorials right now, so I feel like doing like the teacher route is probably just the best way to go. But I mean, you can make a base level course and add expansion packs. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. That's sort of what I'm thinking of doing right now. So the course thing, and then I might have like a higher tier also on Patreon. I might do like a $40 or $50 tier, and then basically everybody who subscribes to that, they get the course and everything else, but it also lets them get 1 hour of like video feedback from me on a monthly basis. I'm thinking of doing that too, and I think I would limit the slots on that because I don't want to have like fucking. I mean, I don't know that like that many people would sign up, but I don't want to have like 50 people sign up and then I have to basically do 50 hours of extra work a month. That sounds crazy. So if it does get to a point where there's too much interest in it, then I think what I would do is probably just transition to doing like a class setting or something, and just alter it that way. I don't really know. But I do think the teaching route is probably the one I should probably continue with, because it is sort of my bread and butter. It's why people watch me on Twitch. People come in and they ask a bunch of questions and all that stuff. So do you mean we'll see shorts about how to draw boobs? You might, dude. You might. I'd have to approach that very differently. I think, you know what I'd probably do, Mushplay? I'd probably do like a meme where I'm basically talking about boobs without actually mentioning boobs. So I'd be like, you know, talking about designing water balloons or, you know, designing basketballs or like basically every different example would be a different sports ball and then just sort of explain how they would work if they were deflated to a certain amount. I don't know. Bags of sand if I want to do like the fucking 40-year-old virgin reference. But that would be the way to do it. Because I think if you do boobs, it's like too on the nose. And then I play really into the Gooner bait stuff, which I do already, but, you know. I would have subscribed to that, but I can't since cryptocurrency's banned. Yeah, I don't think Patreon and shit takes crypto, unfortunately. Well, I guess not unfortunately. I don't really want to be paid in crypto, but just because it's so volatile, you know? Oh, shit. Okay, give me a time period. It doesn't have to be Victorian. I know these two characters are kind of like Victorian pirates or whatever. Give me a time period. I'm going to pull up a costume on Pinterest. I'm going to try and do something a little bit more interesting. I have problems with drawing them hanging. I try to draw them like water balloons, but they seem so off. Okay, well I can give like a little demo. I'm not gonna go too into detail, but like let's say actually I drew some rib cages just for fun the other day. So I had some rib cages here. So like let's say this girl, this is like a head. Like let's say it is like a woman's figure. So let's say this is like a woman here. If she had breasts, her rib cage is probably actually a little bit smaller than this. But if she had breasts, the way you want to think about it is breasts are going to conform to the rib cage. So usually if it feels weird, it's just because it's not sitting on the rib cage properly. So a breast on the rib cage is going to have sort of this like teardrop shape almost, like this. But this bottom half here is not actually rounded. It's going to be curved and conform to the rib cage. Because the rib cage is like spherical in nature. And so the breast, since it sits on the rib cage, is going to have this sort of rounded shape. And so it's gonna have some rounding to it as it sits on the rib cage, you know? That's sort of the big mistake that people have, is they give people like anti-gravity titties, and that's just not how it works, you know? Chicks don't have anti-gravity titties. If a girl is in this position, her tits aren't gonna be like this unless she's got like some sort of like rock hard like breast implant or whatever, like torpedo tits. That's just not how it exists, you know? And so you have to show that gravity's like putting weight onto it. So you end up sort of having it a little bit more flattened out. Oops, I'm drawing with black right now. I don't want that. You end up having it a little bit more flattened out, and then it sort of wraps the rib cage like this. Even this is kind of like still unrealistic. The fat would sort of depress or round or flatten out more just because of the angle of her chest here. And then for hanging, if you have breasts that are hanging, they originate sort of from the rib cage, and then they fold down and then curve up like this usually. Because the way it is like you can picture like a string, and the string is holding like a mass of fat. So all the fat is concentrated in the base of the breast. Obviously, if we're talking about large breasts, but like that's kind of how you want to think about it when you're drawing something hanging. And the curves are really what's going to sell it. So having like clean, like I didn't do the last one very clean, but doing like a clean like S curve for the first line. Notice how this looks like the letter S, right? Just stretched out. And then following that up again with another S curve here, but just a little bit different. And then that'll give you like more of a realistic breast shape. You could push it more too. My form was not great on that one, but that's like one way to think about it. And then the other one would be sort of like here or whatever. I don't know, whatever the breast is that you're doing. But these are more like realistic breasts, I guess. But if you're doing like anime titties, it's basically just like big, gigantic, you know. You don't have to really worry about realism that much. You just kind of, you could just sort of like simplify it into like a big C curve, you know. Maybe S curve it up a little bit as it attaches to the chest here. But it's not as important to be like as anatomically correct. Granted, I will say when you look at like hentai artists and stuff, they do tend to draw breasts fairly anatomically correct. So that's how I would think about it. If the rib cage is tilted back, gravity is going to sort of force the breast to splay out a little bit, and you're going to get sort of like this this curvature, right? Whereas if you know the rib cage is leaning forward, then they're just gonna sort of hang there depending on their size. Most breasts that I draw are typically pretty small. I don't do like massive breasts. I just sort of like the. I don't have. You don't have to think about gravity as much with small breasts, you know. But do you know a lot of hentai artists? Who's your favorite? I really like Com Art on Twitter. He's really good. If we're talking hentai, I'm not a big hentai consumer. It's not really my thing, but I do see the value in like the anatomy of it. They're very, very skilled artists. There's this girl who makes shorts about drawing not safe for work gooner stuff, but she keeps on implying it's innocuous stuff. Like instead of how to draw a dick, she'll post like how to draw a crying stoat. Yeah, or like how to wrap your tongue around two marbles in like a little in like a little pouch. Does Phil Tomato count? I have no idea who that is. Some people are into that. The bolt on bimbo boobs. The bolt on bimbo boobs. Oh, you're talking about like the torpedo tits I was mentioning earlier? Yeah. Are you sure you're not sick? You sound stuffy. I swear to God, I think it's really just because I woke up. I'm not sick, dude. I think I just woke up. I haven't spoken to anybody today. I woke up a little bit late. But I promise, dude, I'm not sick. At least I'm not. Maybe we're foreshortening me being sick or whatever. But maybe I'm just I'm just more nasally today. I'm just joshing your leg. Shit, dude. Given the topic, that sounds a little sus, but you know we'll pretend it's wholesome. Frogador over on YouTube. Hi, what up, Frogador? How you doing, my precious little YouTube chatter? How's it going over there? Thank God Sextra's there to keep you company, dude. Snack is sick? Nuh-uh. Good? That's what I like to hear, baby. I almost called you baby, but then I did call you baby, actually, but I realized we don't know each other like that. Chat just got me all riled up, dude. They got me fucking talking about titties and hentai. You guys are sick, by the way. For even implying that I should be drawing that stuff. You gotta look at pictures of clothing folds and study them. Yeah, you're right. I do gotta do that, actually. YouTube chat's the cloaca of Snack stream. I don't like that, dude. Why would you say that, Boba? You calling your YouTube chatters baby now? Yeah, they're special to me, because there's so fewer of them, you know? With Twitch chat, it's like inflation takes over. You know how, like, the dollar gets devalued? With YouTube chat, I gotta make sure I keep them there, because otherwise they're gonna abandon me and then I'm gonna be all alone on YouTube again. And I can't have that. No, I'm just kidding. You guys are all equally the same to me, alright? I love you all equally. What about us? I'm just kidding, Sid. Don't worry. You guys are special to me. I genuinely, you know, I don't talk about it a whole lot, but the amount of people who show up here consistently, it genuinely means a lot. Now you guys are gonna think I'm really sick if I'm talking about this shit. You guys are gonna think I'm having a fever right now. But no, genuinely, it blows my mind how many people are consistently here, and it's very impressive. It's heartwarming and it's touching, and to be quite honest, the reason I keep doing this shit is because you guys keep doing this shit. Without you guys, there is no me, you know? There's no point in me streaming to no one. At that point, I might as well just draw alone. But I wouldn't be improving my ability to draw without people actually showing up and, you know, being here. You guys being here is massive, so... I do feel a little phlegmy today, I will say. I think it's just coincidence. Okay, stop kissing our ass already, jeez. Nuh-uh. I'm just gonna keep going. If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't know when I'm sick and when I'm not. Now that I've been thoroughly gaslit by chat into thinking I'm sick, I can schizo about it after stream and take vitamin C and all that shit. Your art's really good. Do you animate? Not often. I do it. I have worked in it. I worked in animation before. I don't animate much these days. I have done some animations. The most recent animation we did, I think, is actually open right now. It's gonna lag like super duper hard. But I can run it through for you real quick here. It's gonna take a minute to load though. It is gonna be like super duper laggy just because I haven't played it in a while. Like right now it's chugging and it's gonna be like super low frame rate. But Black Iris, hello Snack. What up, Black Iris? How you doing? Hey, there we go. Here's some little rough animation stuff we did. It's not finished. It's very rough still. But yeah, that's some stuff that we did previously a couple months ago that I never finished, and I will finish it one day. But you ever gonna finish that? I don't know. Maybe, probably, one day. I haven't seen you since last year. How have you been? I'm chilling, dog. I'm good. How you been, Black Iris? Hi, hi. But yeah, I think you know what? I should just kind of finish it. I have a lot of gripes with it, mostly the character not being a model from shot to shot. I really, if it were up to me, I would do another pass and basically just like change the model. But it would, at that point, I might as well just redo the whole fucking animation, dude. Like, it's gonna take so long. It's kind of annoying to basically put a lot of effort into something that I did kind of off model. And if I was in a studio, I would definitely have to change a lot of this, but... Well, if you know what's wrong, you could fix it. I know what's wrong, but it is also incredibly tedious to, like, rework it. At this point, especially with all of, like, the shots basically being in between, it's like, you know? So yeah, so I do animate from time to time. These days, we're just sort of doing some illustration stuff. Not animation as much, but... This is not my art. This is Chuck Chan, who's actually live on Twitch right now. He rated us yesterday. I'm going to move this, though. I'm going to clean up the canvas a little bit. We're going to go back to drawing this Fellerino. Where the hell? There we go. That was dope. Thanks, dog. Yeah, can we lock in and finish this shit? I want to see what's going into an animation. I want to see this going into an animation portfolio. Yeah, me too. Like, the goal with that was basically to put together a little hand-drawn animation portfolio and ship that around to studios. Because I haven't worked in hand-drawn. When I worked in rigged animation, and so it's a very different industry. It's the same concepts, but, you know, the draftsmanship you need to do hand-drawn work is completely different. You don't actually have to be a very skilled artist to work in hand-drawn or in rigged animation. Like, if you did, like, Disney movies and shit like that or whatever, you don't really need to be, like, the most cracked artist in the world. You do need to understand the fundamentals, though, at least on a theoretical, like, level. Okay, this shoulder, I think, could be a little bit different here. I don't want it to be, like, triangular like that. This is going to be another one of those streams where I just don't get shit done because I'm going to be yapping so much. I can feel it already, dude. The way the angles change is so smooth. Thanks, dog. I actually bought a book. Well, I asked my mom for a book for Christmas on shot composition. So I'm going to try and do a little bit more clean storyboards and just make things a little bit more compositionally appealing. It's my goal anyways. Is it hand-drawn frame by frame? What, the animation I did? Yeah, partly. It's partly straight aheaded and partly pose to pose. So it's a mix of both. I would say what I do is I usually rough out sort of the motion pose to pose. Like, let's say I want a character running, right? Like that first shot where he's like running. Let's say I want a character running. I'll do I'll literally draw exactly like this, where I'll have like just the arm sort of like this, you know, or whatever the motion is that I want. Like if the hand's coming across the face here, and then the leg coming up, and then the other leg going back, and then the next shot, you know, I'll have sort of the same thing, but then this time I'll bring this arm forward, and then the other arm is gonna come back or whatever, and then that's sort of how I'll start the animation. Right? And then when I go in and I do like a more cleaned up pass, you work in layers. As I go, I'm jumping around, I'm doing pose to pose, making sure I'm getting the models and the proportions right, and all that stuff. The issue is I didn't have like a strong character sheet going into it, so I kind of just like freestyled the character a little bit. We did a mild turnaround, but it wasn't the best one I could have done. I should have really focused more on it instead of jumping into animating, but, you know, whatever. That's life. What are you gonna do? That's also what I do. Great minds think alike for real. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It's almost like I told you to do that. Okay, Pinterest. What was I told? What I asked you guys to give me a recommendation on time period. Did anybody do that? And I might have missed the comments, but wasn't talking about me. What about us? I didn't. Hear that, chat? We can peer pressure him into keeping the Monday streams? Probably not at this point. I'm pretty decided that I'm not going to be doing Monday streams anymore. Medieval? Sure, but like what period and what region? I want like specifics, you know? What class? Han Dynasty. That's pretty good. Okay, are we doing peasant? Are we doing... I feel like this guy looks like... Like, I was going to do it to this guy, but he kind of looks like a white boy. If I'm doing Han Dynasty, I probably got to change him a little bit. Or just do a new head entirely. Prehistoric Stone Age. I do like Han Dynasty. I'm kind of set on that. Dark Age. Are we doing upper class? Definitely royal. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do Royal Han Dynasty. Let me do some research here. Pinterest. I'm gonna look up. I don't even know what time period the Han Dynasty was in. My guess is gonna be like 1100s. Han Dynasty Royal. Dude, they just look like fucking Empire guys from like Star Wars. Kind of sick though. All right. Okay, I like this guy's drip. Let's just pull out a bunch of references here. We got some drip here, some Han Dynasty drip. What else do we want to do here? Let's see. We could do... Let's get a full body somewhere in here. Just gonna keep stacking a bunch of references. You are right. I do feel like a little congested in my nose. I don't know why. I'm not sick though, I swear. We also got like Mongolian-looking fighter type dude. I don't know if we want to go that route. I'm just gonna keep dropping a bunch of shit and we'll just steal elements from everything. Dude, this shit's so drippy. This is crazy. Okay, we got a few things here. I just grabbed a bunch of random shit off Pinterest. Let's see what we can do. I gotta draw an Asian dude. I don't think I'm very good at that. Let's start with an Asian dude's head. Okay. We're just gonna do something like that. I'm gonna make it 3/4-ish. Asian eyes. Asian eyes, the one thing I know is the double lid is not as apparent. So this like line up here is gonna be a lot more subtle and a lot lower. That's sort of like the big like racial difference. Now that's not gonna sort of always be a consistent thing, but it's something that you can definitely do. Snack, do you have time for a critique today? Don't want to disturb your flow. Yeah, dude, for sure. Drop something in the Discord and I'll take a little look. Oh my god, dude. There we go. My autosave is on there. I'm too indecisive for things like this? What are you talking about? Like, racial traits and stuff? You're not always gonna have, like hardcore, like, racial differences in your art. But if you want to do, like, a time-specific thing or a region-specific thing, it's probably good to know these things. But you should also make, like, a pretty strong mental note that these aren't absolutes, right? There's diversity in every single race, like, across the spectrum. These are all generalizations, but you can, to a degree, generalize to get a feel. Asian noses, as far as I know, tend to be a little bit rounder, or sorry, a little bit wider in terms of their width, but still relatively small. There's not a huge difference on mouth shapes. The era choices and what they are. Well, the thing is, you need to sort of like. I like how small his face is here, but the thing that's like nice about studying this shit. Fuck, I didn't hold shift. The thing that's nice about studying these things is that you know, it gives you inspiration to explore things in your own things, right? Like if I want to create like a fantasy character now in some sort of fictional world, I have like a base to go off of. I can think of like what the genre of world I want to be a part of, because like different time periods, different regions, they're all going to have different cultural elements that you could steal from, right? Or that you can take influence from. Like if you look at these Han Dynasty guys here, like not these guys in particular, but I'll show you another one. And then I'll show you an example of how it's used in movies to basically like to influence movies. So let's take a look at this dude here. Take a look at this dude here. Or even better, this dude here. Okay. This dude here. And now I'm going to show you Imperial Star Wars in now we look at the Imperials from Star Wars, okay, the Imperial aliens, and there's no way you're convincing me that they did not take influence from the Han Dynasty or some sort of like medieval East Asian like time period. And it's just like that's sort of how media converts to like reality converts to fiction, you know? Raid, what up, Wackaroni? How you doing, big dog? Raiding me with a party of 13. How's it going, big boy? Shit. We were just giving a little art tutorial here. We were talking about, you know, how life influences media. What the fuck? And we were saying that right now I'm trying to do... We were doing some different time period studies. We got some Victorian pirates that I was doing here. These are all just sort of random gesture poses and shit. Hello, Big Mouse. What up, Macaroni? Wackaroni, my bad. And then now we're gonna do like medieval, like Han Dynasty. And I was saying, some people were sort of mentioning that they don't really think about these stuff and these time period things. And I was saying, like, it's really important because when you want to create a fictional world, you could steal elements from this stuff and convert it into to create a more lived-in feeling to your world and more cohesiveness in your world. And I was showing sort of the Imperial aliens from Star Wars as a reference to the Han Dynasty and how they stole elements of it, but... Very happy to see you draw ancient Chinese stuff. Don't get to see that often. Base, dude. Yeah, I really, really, really like the aesthetic. I think it's cool as shit. I'm just not very good at it. Also, Wackaroni, what were you up to today? Last category, art. What were you doing? You want to share anything, big boy? Huh? What you got for me? You holding out? And then after that, once we take a little look, we're going to jump back into doing more Han Dynasty studies. Glup Tito. Art Glup Tito. What you talking about, dog? Pretend I'm a boomer, okay? If this is a meme, I don't get it. But yeah, if you want to share anything, you're more than welcome to drop a link in the Discord, or not the Discord, the chat. And I'll take a little peek. I'll share it on screen and we can go over it. And it's, yeah. Up to you, Doug. The Vocaloid girl. I don't know who that is. There's a Vocaloid girl called Tito. The eyes are a little far apart on this one, I think. There's no object to transform, I see. What layer did I draw this shit on? Ah. Oh shit, we got a link here. Let's take a little look. Teitoe, Teto, Hatsune Miku. I know Hatsune Miku. Oh, that's what you were drawing. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. All right, hell yeah, dude. Let's take a little look, dude. I really like the way you drew your jeans. Let me pull these up. Where are the jeans at, dog? There we go. This is what Wackaroni was working on today on stream. I really, really, really like the way you render the jeans. The texture and the brushstrokes is really nice. I assume this is like still kind of in progress. It looks sick. You got the fucking you got the Frieren angle, dude. You know what I'm talking about? The like head up angle. I spent the entire stream just doing the shorts. Yeah, I believe it. They're really, really nice. Well done, dude. Sick. What's going on the phone here? I should flip the canvas so I could see better. In rainbows, in rainbows, in rainbows, weird fishes. I see. I'm going to assume that's an album. Flawless rendering? It really is. Good shit, dude. Well, look, if you want anybody to go follow you, where could they follow you? What's the source of this art? Obviously, you could follow Wackaroni on Twitch, but what else do we got? Do we got a Twitter, an Instagram, an OnlyFans, a Rule 34? Whatever you got, dog. Link it up. Maybe not those last two, but you know the deal. I was doing the Frieren trend before starting this. Oh, that makes sense. Gulp. Drop the links now. I have an OnlyFans. Okay, well. Lie. You know, I do wonder if people who do not safe for work art should just post it on OnlyFans. I feel like Patreon's probably the better move, but this is a robbery. That's right. Stick them up, dude. Drop the links. And with that, we're going to continue doing our Chinese warrior thing here. I just got to make sure I'm on the right layer. I'm not really digging the eyes. We'll tweak that later. I just kind of want to get some head proportions right here. I'll raid you again when I'm done. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Thank you for the follow, Wackaroni. Welcome in, big dog. We'll have to check you out, too. Here, I'll shoot you a little follow. But yeah, also, dude, if you got shit to do, if you got things that you need to eat, poops that you need to take, you know, don't feel pressured to hang around here. You can go live your life, dude. I appreciate you raiding anyways. NFT collecting OnlyFans like Pokemon? Yeah. Dude, you guys are right. Maybe I am sick. Maybe I am a little congested today. I do feel like I sound weird. And my nose is way more stuffy than it normally is. Huh. Probably just a one-off. Okay, how do the hats work? They're almost like pseudo like turban things. I do kind of like the helmet. Maybe we go like do we want to do like we said noble, so we're gonna go noble style. And I think I'm gonna tweak the eyes. I'm not digging it. I want to drop my digital art so bad, but it's too trash. You can post your digital art in the Discord, dude. I look at all the art that's posted in there. I might not necessarily pull it up on stream right away, but I definitely look at it after stream. Everything you guys post, I see. All right. I think it's better that the character actually sort of look at us. It's going to be more interesting if they're not just like deadpan staring off into the distance. But I also think this means the apex needs to shift over a little bit. Let's... Still not looking at us. Okay. What about... There you go. Less self-deprecation, more art. That's right. Say that when you use a mouse to draw, dude. Last time I shared, everyone screamed AI. Well, now you got me curious, dude. Drop your shit. Show me your digital work. I want to see if this looks like AI so I can cancel you. I feel like using a mouse would make it even less AI-like. That's right. Thanks for the compliments. I like your little rat character and your sketches. Damn, chat, he called me a rat. That's fucked up. Dropping slurs in chat. Crazy. I'm a mouse. But it's okay. It's okay. You didn't know. I forgive you, Wackaroni. It's okay. The hard R. I know. Speak French, 1 minute. Ok. Ça fait juste 51 minutes que je suis en train de faire mon stream, donc je vais vous parler pour comme... Je sais pas. Jusqu'à 52 minutes. Y a-t-il un sujet en particulier que vous voulez que je discute? Parce que en ce moment, il n'y a pas grand-chose à dire, à part de parler avec le chat puis leur dire ce que je suis en train de faire live. Mon objectif aujourd'hui, c'est de prendre un personnage d'une période du Moyen Âge, puis juste créer un caractère unique basé sur les caractéristiques de la période de temps, mettons. Mais ouais. French, oui. Non, c'est nul. Mais je te jure que j'utilise pas l'IA. Hey man, partage ton art, puis je vais te dire si ça a l'air comme si tu utilises l'intelligence artificielle ou non. Parce que je suis comme. Sérieusement, je suis pas mal curieux. Ça me bug un peu que tu dis ça a l'air comme si tu utilises l'IA, mais. En tout cas. Anyways, I think it's been about a minute. That's it. Also, Frogador over on YouTube. Yeah, so we have a redeem over on Twitch where people make me speak French for a minute. It's 1,500 channel points, and it just gets me to yap in French. French Canadian, to be clear. The issue is I never have anything to say, so I kind of got to freestyle knowing that nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about. So I end up just sort of talking about what I'm doing, which is drawing a character from the Han Dynasty. I also think it's very cool that you specify the Han Dynasty because the aesthetic is very different between each dynasty. I just typed Han Dynasty into Pinterest, but I'm going to be honest, my knowledge of whether what I'm drawing is Han Dynasty or not is non-existent. So if I'm drawing from a different time period or I'm mixing and matching from different time periods, I apologize. It's just my ignorance. I really have no idea how to do this right, but we're trying. I just realized I've saved enough for the ASMR. What up, Toasty? How you doing? Yeah, actually, I was hoping nobody would bring it up, but I do owe NFT and ASMR because he redeemed it the other day, and I just totally missed it. There were a lot of people chatting, and I missed his redeem. And, you know, you could keep it in your back pocket, NFT, and as an IOU, and just tell me when you want me to do it or whatever, but... I think these eyes need to be much closer together. I posted something in Art Critique as well. Okay, let's take a look. Let me finish up this eye here, and then we'll take a look. That eye's way too small. I think the eyebrows need to be much lower. The eyebrows feel a little high to me. I have a really bad habit of placing the eyebrows too high on the face, especially on realistic faces. The space on the eyebrows, like the distance between the top of the eye and the eyebrows, it feels like it would be a lot sort of like larger, but it's really not. I'm certifiably Chinese, and you could be inaccurate. It's fine. I give you permission. I got the pass, dude. I can go full white boy ignorant mode now. We about to be ignorant, dude. No, I mean, I like learning about different time periods. My biggest fascinations are, like, mostly Victorian time periods, because I just feel like they're so drippy. But, I should diversify a little bit. Bruh, you should hop on the green site? What does that mean? What's the green site? Yeah, draw the fuck-ass rice farmer hat. Okay, well, we're doing nobility. That would be like peasant, I feel like, if I give him a rice hat. Rice hats are drippy though. The one like trope I really like is like the Naruto like Itachi rice hat. I just find it looks sick. Is Kim Dokja the one from Orv? I assume it's a K-pop person. I don't really know what it is. What is Kim Dokja? I love Orv. Okay, what's Orv? Yeah, this eye feels weird. Relative to that one, anyways. This eye, I think, should be a little bit more elevated like that. It's just more expressive, I think. A manhwa character? I see. Me too? Yo. Yo, what up, Mythically Malaki? How you doing, dog? Okay, let me take a look at Sid's drawing that she wants me to give her feedback on. Let's take a little look-see what we got. And then after that, I think what I'm going to do is pop back into... Oh, this looks great, Sid. This is a really good study. Assuming it's a study. Want to use this chance to figure out the muscle distribution. I can't seem to figure out how the scapula and serratus anterior will look here either. That's tricky, mostly because the serratus anterior is it's not a muscle that's superficial, so it's not on the top. Let me pull up your drawing here just so that people know what I'm looking at. But the serratus anterior is not like a it's not a superficial muscle. You can see it actually. It is on the front rib cage. You can see it, but it attaches to the inside of the scapula, which is like makes it a little weird. Also, Jadu, I see your smut art. Symphony, that doesn't look like AI art. I can't see that as AI art. The serratus anterior, you can think of it this way. It's basically like a saw blade. So it's got sort of this repeating pattern like this, where it just sort of like, it wraps like this. You can think of it as like a triangle with a rounded point almost. That's sort of how I think about it. And it just sort of repeats that pattern, and it attaches to the ribs, I think. I think it attaches to the ribs. It's the ribs and then the back shoulder blade. So here you're really just going to probably see like one or two of them. Sort of like this. I don't actually know how many serratus muscles there are, but that's sort of how I would position them. And if you're really shredded, then you'll probably see them a lot. But they're kind of a muscle that you only see when you're really low body fat. Or like if you're like a boxer, you'll probably see them a lot too. But you don't have to do too crazy in terms of detail there. You can just sort of place them in, I would say, and then like have the rib cage there and then the abdomen there or whatever. But I think you're pretty much on the mark. I think what I would say is maybe your chest is a little too high up, because I'm looking at where this goes, and if I draw this through, I don't really know where that pec line is attaching to, right? It would attach more to like the where the fuck does your pec attach? I think it's your collarbone. I'm trying to think. It's like your collarbone, partly your humerus as well for your minor pec, but so I would just curve it in a little bit just because it feels like it's going up in a strange direction there. Frogador over on YouTube says, I'm too scared to study the body. I'm going for hands specifically, but I'm not sure if that's the best move. You know what? Future you is going to thank you for starting to study like hands early on, Frogador. Because hands are like the thing that most people neglect for a very long time. And I think, you know, it's probably one of those things you should jump into. It's not like one of those things that most people jump into. I think most people jump into like faces right off the bat because that's the most fun thing to draw for most people. But hands are a good place to start, and I can talk a little bit about hands afterwards, but hey, yo, 20 streams? Thank you for the 20 stream streak, Mythically Malaki. Damn, we got some freaking loyalty in chat. That's crazy. We got Jadu with the 35 stream streak. We got, Sid, I think, is in the 30s also. Mythically Malaki's at 20 now. Kimdo's probably somewhere up there. She is appropriately dressed in beachwear. She is appropriately dressed. There you go. 30 stream streak. I'm at 16. Damn. I'm close to doing a full sketchbook of hand studies because I want to somewhat outgrow references. The thing is, I feel like there's always going to be some need for references, right? Like, I feel like the way I think about, like, reference use is, like, people basically get, like, one or two... Also, how you doing, Cryptic Kitchen? People get, like, one or two sort of, like, pocket hands. That's what I... Not pocket hands. Pocket hands is not a good term for it, but what I mean by pocket hands is, like, hands that you could just keep in your back pocket. Like, hands that you can do from memory. In my case, I can do sort of, like, this hand from memory pretty well. So it's just sort of like this middle thing, and then you get sort of this index finger here, and then you draw like the pinky finger as well. Like, I can do sort of like a hand like this from memory because I've done it a bunch of times, right? But if I'm doing like a hand like this one, which is not finished by the way, or even a hand like this one, I had to use reference. I can't just wing that, you know? And I feel like everybody sort of has like the one or two hands that they can sort of do from imagination, or that they can do from their visual library. But I think if you want like really diverse hand drawings, you're always gonna have to sort of... I don't know that it's fully realistic. I mean, it probably is if you really grind it out. But I don't know that it's... I don't think I could bang out like a hand like this without reference. Ever. Maybe if I drew it like 50 times in a row over the course of like several days, right? But I just think of like... I have like some pocket hands. Pocket hands. I gotta think of a better term for that, but basically like hands that I can just sort of... You know? You know. Anyways, it's not important, but... I think a good way to think about hands is you can break them down into like 4 categories. If you go based off of like George Bridgman's approach to drawing hands, you could think of it as being categorized. So the first one is, I think he calls it the claw. And you could think of that as like, let's say you're doing a hand like this. Right? It's a claw hand because it sort of always has this sort of C grip to it. Or this sort of C shape. You can see the C shape here as I do it. And then the other fingers are just sort of like accessories to that. And you can... You know? But this is... I'll show you what I mean by the claw or the C grip. So you've got sort of this C pattern running through here. And that's sort of like one version of a hand. So you can always just sort of think of it as like that and vary it up with these back fingers here. Depending on the style you want. The other version, so you got the claw. And then the other version that he usually references is there's the weapon. This is the one I struggle with a lot, is drawing the weapon version of the hand. And the way you could think about it as a weapon is basically a fist, right? So if you're doing a hand that's like a fist, you know, maybe it's something like this, and then you got that or whatever, and then that, and then, you know, that. And then the thumb here. Right? So something like that, that would be like a weapon. And the reason he calls it a weapon as the other category, and I'm referencing Bridgman because I've just been reading his books lately, but the reason you can think of it as a weapon is because it's basically just like a spear. When you think about it, like there's a line going straight through. I should have actually drawn it a little bit more straight on here with the knuckle. But essentially, you're drawing a straight line going into a point. Right? It's got sort of this spear feel to it. And so that's sort of like how you could think about drawing fists. Then there's hooks. A hook hand, which is kind of like the claw hand. And I'm scripting right now a long form YouTube video to actually cover all of this. But the claw form, which is kind of just like, you know, it's similar, or not the claw, the hook form. It's basically a claw, but with a flexed finger, right? Oops. And I'm just banging these out real quick. They're not going to be pretty or anything, but they're just sort of there to sort of illustrate my point a little bit. And then I will come back to your thing, Sid. Don't worry. I'm just running through this real quick. And then the last one, what the fuck is the last one? So this one is the hook. This has kind of got this like hook shape. I'm not explaining this one well, but also I'll put a little X there because that's not a good explanation. But and then the fuck is the last one? Claw, hook, weapon. He has like another version. I don't know. I clearly have to reread the lesson, but anyways, whatever. Anyways, we're gonna go back to Sid's critique here. Sid, what are your questions? Hit me with them. I gotta find the layer that I'm... You know what? I'm just gonna layer pick, because I'm never gonna find it. Teach an ASMR now! Oh no. Okay. For context, guys, I apologize. We have an ASMR redeem on the channel, and NFT paid for one yesterday, and I didn't give it to him, so now he's redeeming it now while I explain hands, but we're gonna do an ASMR critique for Sid. So, you know, if you don't like ASMR, too freaking bad. The music is turning off, and we're gonna get a little ASMR-y with the tutorial. So Sid, speak your mind. Tell me what you wanna hear. No ads. Stop. Ads. Oh, wow. Okay, you know what? We're gonna pause and we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back after the ads, just so that we don't ruin everybody's experience. Even though it would be very justified for me to just do it in the middle of ads. Okay, you know what? We're gonna pause that. My dick's full of piss, dude. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go take a leak, and then we'll continue this intimate conversation that we were just having. And I'll scroll up to find your message, Sid, to see what exactly you want me to focus on your anatomy study here. BRB. Alright, we're back. What are we doing? What are we doing? What do we got? What kind of suffering do I have to go through in the next couple minutes? The worst time for my sub to run out? Okay, well, lucky for you, I'm a benevolent streamer, so I'm gonna wait to torture everybody equally. Okay, ads should be done at this point. He's AFK for the moment. Holy crap, your sketches are gorgeous. This isn't actually my my drawing. This is a chatter of mine, Moonlit, called Sydney Slippin'. Sydney Slipping, I should say, not Slippin'. I'm adding the apostrophe there. This is what I've been drawing. I was drawing some of these guys here, this little girl here, whatever, this dude who went nowhere, And we were gonna do we did some random from imagination stuff over here, and then this lady another day, and we were gonna do a Chinese like Han Dynasty guy. But right now, what we're doing is we're going to torment everybody with an ASMR redeem, because somebody on Twitch wants everyone to suffer, clearly. Their name is NFT, by the way. Yes, NFT. I don't know why he chose that name, but that's his name. Alright, Sid, what do we got? I'm worried the back muscles will look flat. Snack went pissing. I am back, though. You're worried the back muscles are going to look flat. I think, you know what, I'm gonna just jump into the ASMR because we gotta get it over with. This is a 2-minute thing, alright, so, you know, bear with me here. Bear with me here. Let's get it ready. There we go. Pause the music. Are you guys ready to draw together? We're gonna do a little ASMR redeem. So what time is it now? It's 1:11. We're gonna keep going till 1:13, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna hop in here and give a little feedback to Sydney. So let's see, what do we got here? Let me pick a better brush. That went zesty. Nuh-uh. I feel like I'm getting a free personal ASMR. One thing I would note here, Sid, is when the back muscles compress here, you're actually going to get like some sort of inverse curvature. Yeah, the curve's going to flip the other way here, and then, you know, the trapezoid muscle is going to also compress along there. So I think you could really get a lot of value out of having your line weight be focused in these overlapping regions. And then if you do that, it's going to make it a lot easier to distinguish muscles without necessarily having to draw every single line here to really section them out. Is that ASMR? I think so. I'm not a pro, but I try. In general, though, I think this is looking very good. I'm trying to think of anything I would correct here. Yeah, you have a bunch of question marks here, and I think the correct move is just to show the rib cage a little bit clearer here, and then have a little bit of belly fat down here. Just because that's where it would accumulate on a... Actually, the belly fat might be a little lower on a fella. So you don't really actually need to show it. It's up to you, I guess. Your choice, dealer's choice. Also, can you show me how the scapula would look? Let me just check the time, because I'm really hoping it's been about 2 minutes. I think it's been 2 minutes, guys. There you go. You're welcome, NFT. Also, if anybody wants to be mad at anybody for making me do this, it's all NFT's fault. So, here you go. That's it. And I'm free. Okay, let's go back to... I gotta turn the music back on YouTube as well for my literal, like, one viewer over there just suffering alone in silence. Okay, yeah, so your question was... Can you also show me how the scapula will look? You mean like the shoulder blade? You probably wouldn't really see it from this position, just because it's buried underneath the muscle. But it's kind of like a triangle, essentially, like this. You can think of it like this, and then it's got this ridge on it here that goes into your sort of like humerus bone. And then on this, you've kind of got like another spine on the scapula. And if you want to draw the muscles, you would have your supraspinatus muscle, which is like up here on the scapula from the rotator cuff. And then you would have your infraspinatus muscle a little bit lower like this. And these actually attach along the scapula and the humerus muscle as well here. So I think that they connect to... I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head how they connect. I should know this shit though, because I have a shoulder injury. But rotator cuff muscles. Let me pull up a little diagram here. Yeah, okay. So that is kind of how they work. They do connect onto the scapula here, and then they attach the humerus muscle. The infraspinatus is a lot larger than I actually drew it, but, you know, it looks like this. So this, my diagram is from memory, but if you're an actual doctor, you'd probably be looking at something like this. So that would be the front and back. Oops, what did I just do? So the version I did would be this one, which is the back side. Oops. Flip. The back side here. So you've got, like, the spine. I drew my spine at a weird angle. The spine actually separates the infraspinatus and the supraspinatus. And then over top of that, you would have, like, your trap. You would have your... So you wouldn't actually see these, like, on a body. Like, if you're drawing, like, a back view like this, these muscles are kind of irrelevant because they're not going to be visible because they're under other muscles, right? But when it comes to shoulder stability and shoulder health, a lot of injuries sort of spawn from these muscles. Because they attach to the scapula here and onto the bone, what happens is if these are injured, your scapula, or they're weak, let's say, your shoulder isn't actually being pulled back. Because what these do is they pull the shoulder back, right? So if they're really weak, your shoulders rotate internally. That's why doing a lot of pressing movements without doing external, like, pulling movements leads to a lot of imbalances and internal shoulder rotations. So if you have a shoulder injury, it's probably related to your shoulder cuff, your rotator cuff, I mean. But there are a bunch of synergistic muscles. Like the serratus anterior is actually on the inside of the scapula. So it attaches, it's not really showing here, but it attaches inside on the bottom end of the scapula here, and then it connects to the rib cage. So it's actually, like, connected to the inside ridge of the scapula. And it helps pull the scapula forward and retract the scapula as well. It has, like, a dual function a little bit. So these are all sort of stabilizer muscles. The one thing is on the serratus anterior, if you're really jacked and really lean, you will actually see the serratus anterior a little bit. How to color characters in the digital workspace. I use the bucket tool, but it doesn't fill the edges, so I seal them manually. Then for shading, it's just brushes. I don't understand how to blend colors to make it good. That's a really complex question to answer, because the reality is, colors are really dependent on the other colors that are chosen around them. And there's no one answer for sort of, like, good colors, right? I posted an example in Art Critiques. Okay. So I'm just going to see if Sid has any more specific questions. And I'll give her, like, one more question. And then if she doesn't have anything else to ask, we'll move on to yours. And then probably Jadu's. And then I'm going to kill Critiques for today. Because I do actually want to do some Han Dynasty studies. It does seem interesting to me, but... Does the back muscle and arm muscle look correct anatomically? It does. It does. One thing I would say is the tricep kind of inserts here. So I would just bring it more to a point, because it inserts underneath the deltoid. But yes, it does look good. I would add also an indication of the tricep having a split here also, though. Because the tricep has 3 heads. And the heads are basically divided like this. So this is like head 1, 2, and then 3. And that's sort of why it's called tricep, right? You kind of looks like a dick with giant nuts. I'm not gonna lie, but that's sort of how you can think of the tricep. And so yes, it is accurate, but I would just add that division there to differentiate the muscles a little bit more. But that is more or less how the tricep looks. And then you said, does the back muscle and arm muscle look correct anatomically? The back muscle, you know what? The back muscles I'm not very strong on. So what do I always say, guys? If we're not sure, we'll double check. So I'm just going to pull up a diagram of the back muscles. Muscles of the back. So it looks to me, if I'm looking at this diagram here, oh my god, dude. How fucking small is this thing? Oh, there we go. I'm really struggling. There we go. It looks to me like the deltoid, the rear deltoid in particular, this one here, attaches to the scapula, which is this bone here, okay? Which is the bone underneath these muscles, so this stuff here. Can't really see it too well because it's covered by the rotator cuffs. But it attaches to the upper ridge of the scapula, which is going to be sort of like this ridge up here, underneath here. And so your rear delt is fine. It looks fine to me. Maybe the angle could be lower, I guess. Maybe it attaches to this spine here, actually. It kind of looks like it attaches to that spine there. So you can maybe do it a little lower, and then have the trap a little bit more visible here. Just based off of this diagram. But in general, yeah, it's looking pretty good. You probably wouldn't see the front delt from that angle. What a comparison! Well, you'll never forget it now. Yeah, like I said, chest I would bring it in just a little bit. Neck muscles are great. They do attach to the skull here. I'm just extending it. It doesn't have to be extended, but it's just because they do attach to the base of the skull. I'd move the ear... Would I move the ear back? Probably move the ear back a little bit. Because then you'd have your sternocleidomastoid attaching back here and coming to the front there. If I had to... I'm guessing a lot of this stuff. I mean, it's educated guesses because I do have, like, a decent understanding, but... My hunch is that the ear was just a little too far forward over here. Does the back muscle and arm muscle look correct anatomically? The bicep looks great. This is exactly like where the bicep should be at that angle. This is also great. You would not really see much of the bicep. You just sort of have it the way you have it there. Just barely visible from that angle. Opato over on YouTube. What up? What up, big dog? How you doing, dog? The forearm, I think, could have a little bit more of an appealing form to it. You've got a lot of dips and rivets here that I don't know that I would necessarily do. It's like very squarish. I would round that out. It's a muscle, so it's going to have more of an organic sort of like belly to it. And then doing something like that, I think, is going to look a little bit more realistic. And then this forearm actually is going to overlap the bicep, and you can't see it very well, but this little triangle here, I'll color it in. I'll color it in blue. This little triangle here is the brachialis muscle. So it's a very, very small muscle that you don't really see much, but it's going to be, from this angle, like, between the bicep and the forearm muscle. Also, guys, I feel like I get asked a lot, do you need to know all this shit? You don't absolutely need to know all this shit, but it does help whenever you're confused to sort of get your bearings together and sort of double-check your work. And then I'm going to say the same thing on this one here. It's honestly, it's not terrible. This is fine. This is fine. I think your forearm's fine there. Glutes are fine. Glutes are fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, I think it looks good, Sid. I think your studies are good. I think this is a really good study. Like, genuinely, you've broken these down really, really well. I think you should be very happy with this result. So I'm going to send you this on Discord in the critiques channel. Actually, I'm going to flip this so that rotator cuff is not backwards. Then next on the critique list is Jadu. Jadu with his fucking anime smut. Let me pull up Jadu's anime smut. Let me just clear this out of the way. I just want to make sure I'm not deleting any of my drawings. Fuck. What layer did I draw this shit on? Oh. Shit. Richie Pie, thank you for the follow, big dog. I'm actually going to finish this fan art, but I figured I should use this chance to figure out the anatomy. Hey, not a bad idea. Okay. I just want to clear out all this stuff. I've got too many fucking layers going on, dude. I gotta, like, start fusing some shit. Make sure I didn't fuck up any of my other drawings. I think we're good. I'm gonna fuse all of my reference layers just because there's too many of them. And that should clear out all these references here. Yep. Okay. Now we're gonna pull up Jadu's Smut. Let's see what we got here. I'm gonna get flagged for this shit, dude. I don't know if I should pull this up. Whatever, fuck it. We're gonna move her here. I'm gonna work in a new folder, actually, just so it's easier to clean up. Okay. Let's reduce the opacity on this. By the way, usually instead of the fill bucket, you can just use the magic wand to select expand selection by a few pixels of the selected area. If your program has those features, I don't know what you use. He uses Microsoft Paint, doesn't he? Unless you're talking about someone else. I mean, first of all, her thigh gap is, like, massive here. It's, like, very, very, very big. So the thigh gap is actually just, like, a consequence of, like, the thighs, right? Like, when I say thigh gap, I just mean, like, the area. It's gonna be hard for me to not say the word vagina a lot when giving this revision, but, you know, whatever. Her leg here... I'm actually spreading her legs. Her leg here is gonna come sort of like this. And it's going to insert here, and then her glute is going to be, like, here. I've never in my entire life ever drawn this angle, dude, so you're going to have to really bear with me here. I'm not looking reference up for this. This is going to be all off the cuff. Forgive me. But yeah, her crotch, we'll just say her crotch, is probably going to be more like this. And then you're going to get, like, a spread on the butt here. These overlaps are pretty important for this angle, but basically you've got too much width here. She's got like a cavernous vagina based off of those proportions there, dude. So we're gonna tone it down a bit. We're gonna do something like that, and I think that's gonna be a little bit more realistic. Granted, like I said, I've never really drawn this angle, so it's not gonna be the easiest thing in the world for me, but whatever. To be something a little bit more like that. Way smaller. This is a really tough angle. You're doing a thing that I think I mentioned before, but I'm going to add a bullet for this because this is really important for you to stop doing. You're contouring your character. Notice how the only place that has lines here is on the outside of your character's features. There's no lines anywhere else. You did add a little wrinkle for the ankle here, but there's not enough. You need to show overlaps more. You need to show overlaps on the calf, you know, which is going to have more of a curvature like this. You need to show overlaps on the knee. So the knee is going to overlap the quad here. It's also going to be overlapped by the calf bone. The calf bone's going to have a curvature like this, right? These are all like things that you need to integrate into your work because otherwise it's going to feel very, 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 very flat. Overlaps are incredibly important. The angle of your foot here doesn't work because the way the calf bone works is the calf bone curves. And it doesn't curve down like this unless you're bow-legged or you have some sort of like injury. So it's going to be... It's not going to work very well from this angle. You can add muscle here because the softness of the legs does come from the muscles. So you can add a slight, like, muscle. But again, this is going to rely over... It's going to apply overlap. So your foot, I think, would be a lot higher, or you would have to change the angle on the leg here as it drops. if you want that foot coming at that angle. Is my guess, by the way. I'm not 100% sure about this, but the foot's fine. There's nothing like too crazy about the foot. Yeah, your feet are kind of fine. There's not a lot of detail. Like, the foot's gonna have sort of like an arch here. You're missing the arch sort of on the heel. These things are important, you know? The foot would not be, like, completely flush with the toe here. There's bones, knuckles, and all kinds of stuff that sort of separates out there. Again, not really a foot expert, but this pose is so ambitious, it's crazy. There's probably be more overlap with the ankle here. Something more like that, maybe. The feet are really close to the camera, too, so you gotta make sure their size is pretty accurate. Your size is not terrible, actually, but... Also, I don't know if this back arm is supposed to be pressed down and, like, holding her weight, but there needs to be a counterweight with some sort of arm there, because right now it just kind of feels like she's balancing on her tailbone, which is a little weird. Like she's doing like some weird yoga pose. If her pelvis is sort of like this, if I draw through, her rib cage is in a weird angle here. I would say, how would I do this? I think her back needs to start like a little. I really don't know. This is like really something. I think if you guys post like complex angles like this, I would advise that you post some sort of reference as well, because I am not skilled enough to just know how to do this shit by heart. But my guess is things are a little weird. Her torso's sort of coming in this direction, which attaches a little strangely, right? Like her hip should technically lead into her stomach, but it's not there. You can keep the head in the same spot. That's fine. You do need sort of like an arm here to, like, you need to elevate the shoulder because the weight is going to be pushing up into that shoulder. So you need to think of these relationships. If your arm is like the primary point of contact for your weight distribution, you're going to need some sort of force being applied on the shoulder upwards. It's very difficult for you to lean all your weight on your shoulder without like keeping your shoulder down. You can do it, but you're essentially doing like a press at that point, and it's not a relaxed pose. If it's a relaxed pose, the shoulder's gonna elevate. Yeah, it's tough. This is a really tough pose, dude. The eyes feel very flat to me. Again, there's not a strong curvature. Even on like a sultry eye like this, you're gonna get a little bit more of a curvature on it. You need to show that there's an eyeball in here. The eyeball would not have this sort of like flat, square, cube look like you have going on. Like an eyeball is not cubed, it's round, and so you need to show the roundness. We're getting very pixely here, but same on this side, more roundness. If you're asking me what I would do, I would get rid of this arm being the arm that carries the weight, and I would make this front arm the arm that carries the weight. And I think that's going to make it a little bit more of an appealing pose. Rize did not get all that, bro. Hey, we're doing feedback for a viewer right now. This ain't my smut art. I'm giving feedback, that's all. I'm the victim here, okay? Jadu did this to me. So I think having this arm down is going to make a lot more sense than having the back arm down, because you're not really going to see the back arm. And then you could have this back arm sort of like splitting her pussy like you have here, which is a fucking foul pose, dude. But it is what it is. We love Gooner art here, don't we, chat? I don't know. I don't really know how I would approach that, but The angle on the breast would be the other way also. It would be tilted more like this rather than... Like, the rib cage would be sort of... Because the rib cage is like this, the angle would be more like that rather than what you have there, which is like that. Bleh, I know. I know. It is funny, though, to just make things sound like 10 times more foul just to shame viewers. Because that's what I'm doing. Shame, Jadu. Shame. The Gooner. But yeah, I think it's just gonna work a lot better if you shift the arm position over. I probably wouldn't bring it out as much like that, actually. I'd probably just do something like this. You know, something like that. Can you draw an Asian goth baddie with big, crazy black nail polish feet? Absolutely not. I'm not doing that. We're gonna go back to drawing a medieval Asian male baddie from the Han Dynasty after we're done with these critiques. But I think, yeah, I'm just gonna say, Jadu, the big thing is gonna be sort of the ribcage position. It's too low on your thing. Doesn't really make sense with the placement of the pelvis. I think the pelvis might actually end up being more 3/4 also, which means you're gonna see a little bit less of that. And a little bit more like that. I don't know. Maybe even lower. You know. I got 250 in my pocket. Your feet are kind of fine. There's nothing, like, terrible about them. It's just, like, a very weird pose, I think. It's just not really, like, natural feeling. You could do it this way, though, but I would also show more overlap on the bottom here with the bottom of the calf muscle. Like, the calf muscle is going to originate out of this, like, little crevice here, and you're going to sell that it's the bottom of the leg more if you add a little bit more line. Yeah, let me reduce the opacity on this. I think the eye could be more elevated too. You're just gonna get a more appealing sort of angle if you push things up a little bit. It's just like more sultry. Like she's almost like more above you, you know? Like she's looking down at you. I'd show more feet. And now I don't have to worry about that other arm as much anymore. I could just sort of imply the other arm here. That's sort of how I would change things. Yeah. And then you can add more as a consequence of that, you can show more detail in the pelvis connection here. I would also honestly just lower the curvature here a little bit. You don't have to make her as thick. It's like excessively thick to where it doesn't really make sense anatomically. I think this leg's also too high. And too short. Or, like, overlaps need to be a little bit more obvious. You could also do the other arm back here. I don't really know. Whatever you want, but... But that's what I would say. It's a really, 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 really difficult pose. I probably would not do this without reference. And it's very difficult to get reference for a pose like this. So what I would honestly do, if this were me, straight up, I would just take a picture of myself in this exact pose. It sounds embarrassing, Jadu. You don't have to show anybody. It's just for you, but that's what I would do. And now we're going to jump into symphonies, and then I'm going to say that's it for critiques for today, just because I want to get back to drawing. So we're going to do symphony now. Kasnak went full Derpixion mode. Is that what he does? That's really funny, because doesn't he actually, like, animate hentai? Good idea. The eye thing, not the foot thing. I did make the pose from some random sketch ages ago. I just cannot for the life of me remember the reference. I see. You gonna do me like that? I am gonna do you like that. I want to see Snack's picture in this pose. No. Cringe. I suck. You don't suck. Okay. Everybody starts somewhere, so don't worry about it. I was way worse than you when I started drawing, so don't stress, dog. One thing at a time. Just make sure that, like, when people are giving you feedback, take it into consideration, you know? That's all this is. So to start off, compositionally, it's, like, fine. If you want to make it more interesting, what I would recommend doing... Are you familiar with the concept of the rule of thirds? Sorry, I'm trying to see what comment you're replying to. Okay, anyway, it's not important. If you're not familiar with the rule of thirds... This is just like a composition trick that really is going to help to make your piece feel more appealing. If you add thirds, like if you break this pose down into thirds, it's probably going to be somewhere around here, probably. If you shift this character over to be closer, or the focal point, I should say. It doesn't have to be the character, but in this particular case... This character is 100% probably your focal point. So if you take this... I should have done that on another layer. His face is on the third. That's great. If you shifted him over to have his body positioned a little bit more on the third here, either on this third, like in this region, or on this region makes the most sense. It'll create a more interesting composition and a more appealing composition. And I'm going to see if I can do that real quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to shift him like that. I'm going to delete a lot of this door here. And I feel like by doing that, you get... I should do this actually a little differently. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to do a new layer. I'm going to color pick the background. And we're going to do something like that. And if you look at these two drawings, it's just a really small change, but it just makes it a little bit more visually appealing and coherent where we should look. Whereas if you add all this extra stuff here, it makes it a little bit harder to tell where the focal area is. It's very, very, very subtle. I don't really expect most people to catch the difference. But in terms of how it just feels like a more focused piece when you reduce down the frame so that your character can be on thirds. Now, I did that by taking away from your canvas, but you could also just add more to your canvas on that side to shift him over more. Anyways, the point is, having him on thirds is going to help with the visual appeal. That's a really quick fix. The other thing you could do is, I would say, avoid shading with soft brushes. Now, this is going to be easier said than done for you, because you said you're using Microsoft Paint to draw, which is fucking wild, dude. But, shift the dude to the left, and then the door could be the right-hand focal point. That way it seems like there's expecting someone to burst through the door while he's doing his secret shit on the computer. Yeah, you can do that, too. I thought about that, too. It really depends on what emotion you want to elicit. If that's the mood, then you could do that. What I would say is avoid painting your characters with an airbrush. It's just like a bad habit. It's just, the issue is that it's very difficult, unless you have a tablet, and unless you're drawing with something that isn't just a mouse, it's very difficult to do that. So I'm going to get rid of this. But what I mean by that is if you draw with an airbrush, you have less control. Oh, no, I'm using Krita? Okay, great. If you draw with an airbrush, you have less control. I'm going to illustrate this to you. If I draw with this brush here, so let's just take a random flesh color, right? If I draw with this brush here, notice how if I zoom in, fuck, the edge here, the values on the pixels on the edge, there's no gradient. There's no gradient. It's basically just a hard line edge all the way through. It's a hard brush. That's what a hard brush is. Now, if we compare that to a soft brush, something, I think this is a soft brush. No, this is a smudge tool. Let me find a soft brush here. Don't like that. Hard round, dry brush. Oops. Soft round. There we go. If you compare this to the soft round brush, notice how on the soft round brush, the edges here gradient out, okay? So they get softer and softer and lighter in value as you go out. The reason you don't want to use a brush like this to render your paintings is because it gives you less control over your lines. And what I mean by that is if I'm rendering a face, there are areas where I want to have hard edges and there are areas where I want to have soft edges. And being able to control that is very important. And you could do that by just painting over the soft brush with a hard brush. But I think it's a good habit to just use a hard brush and learn how to blend with a hard brush. Also, Teeler, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. And I'll give you an example. In this painting up here that I did, there's a hard line for where the shadow sort of breaks on her face, but then I've also got these soft gradients transitioning into the face here. Same with all these. These feel very soft, but they're not. I used a hard brush for all of this. This entire piece was done with a hard brush, even though it feels like there are soft transitions in here. But it's because I'm using the hard brush to render my render my transitions. So I'm going to switch back to my hard brush. I'm going to show you how to render. So there's two ways you can do it. Way number one, which is the way I do it, is you take, let's say you have two colors and you want to blend them together. So let's say I take this, and I want to take, I don't know, let's take blue. This is a really weird value to like transition into. But basically what you would do is you would take this, paint that way, and drag the paint in. And then paint this, drag that way, take the paint in. Pick somewhere in the middle here, and just basically color pick the color next to it, and gradually transition that edge over to that other color. Right? And then, so that's sort of how I render my values, right? And you can get gradients doing that, just color picking right next to your edge. And then the other way is basically taking these two colors and using what's called a smudge tool. So if I go in here, I believe, let me see, where are my smudge tools? Is this a smudge tool? No. I have smudge tools somewhere here. I don't use them very often, but this is a smudge tool. So what it does, it's going to take that color. You see how, notice how like when I pull on this, it pulls the value out. So that's what a smudge tool does. So instead of color picking, you're literally dragging the paint out that way. And then you can blend things together like this and mix things together. And, you know, the direction that you're doing your strokes is going to determine how your paints mix. You know, you could do something like this, and then you can kind of get a similar effect. I don't personally like this. It feels weird to me, but a lot of people like using these to blend their edges. Really is up to you. But all this to say I would avoid using a soft round brush to do your rendering. So now if I'm coming in here and I want to render this, I'm going to define the areas where there's going to be shadows and where there's going to be lights. And so what I'm doing is I'm going to take this. I'm also going to say when you darken your values, so when you go darker on a color, so if you're picking a shadow, what I would say is you saturate it. And what that means is if you're using a color grid like this, you're basically shifting to the right here on this cube. And what that's going to do is it's going to add a little bit more. Oh, I'm on my smudge brush right now. It's going to make the shadows a little bit more vibrant and away from black, because the black shadows are going to make things feel muddy, which is not good. You don't want to really use dark shadows because it muddies out an image. Like, the reason this feels like weird is because like the shadows are very desaturated. Look, you're basically all the way over here. Like you're basically like, you might as well just be using gray or black. It's not good. You don't want to do that. So you want to put down a local color here the whole way through. And then I'm just gonna shade the arm here as an example. And then you want to take your saturated value here, your saturated shadow, and then you want to sort of paint in the values here. And on an arm like this, you're gonna get a lot of sort of like folding on this fabric. So you want to keep that in mind. And this is sort of like stuff you can think about that is going to simplify the process a little bit. But basically, the rule that I apply, and because you asked how to choose your colors or whatever, the rule that I apply to simplify things is, and this is not an absolute rule, this is just how I do things stylistically, but the rule is basically the darker the shadow, darker it is, the more saturated it is. Plus saturation. The lighter it is, the less saturated it is. And the thing is, for a lot of people, intuitively, they do the opposite. And you've kind of done the opposite here. Where you desaturated your shadows, less saturated. Okay? And I feel like it's not too saturated, actually. It's just very, 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 very bright. Screens also emit a different type of light, so you have to think of the source of the light also. So if you're choosing a light source, you have to think of where it comes from. If it's coming from the sun, it's probably going to be very warm. The sun is literally a ball of fire, right? So it's going to be very warm tones, so you're going to be a little bit more in the reds and yellows. If it's like a bounce light, or you're in shade or whatever, or you're by the water and the light is bouncing off of the water, maybe it's going to be a little bit cooler. Maybe you're going to get some cool tones in there, right? So the light is really going to determine what color you're picking or your light source, right? So consider the source of the light. Source of light. And then beyond choosing the source of light, the direction of the light is really, really, really important. Right now, I can't really tell. I can tell he's got sort of like a light source coming from the screen hitting his face because it's very illuminated in this region here, which is good. But then there's also other, like these backgrounds are way too light. It implies that there's some secondary light source back there, so I would just darken it all. If he's in his fucking, like, goon cave, in his masturbatorium, then I would say, you know what? We're just gonna actually, like, commit to that, and we're gonna make everything very dark. But, like I said, because the light source is coming from the screen here, it's probably gonna be a little bit more blue. So our shadows are also gonna sort of be a little bit darker as well, because the light the shadows are taking in are coming from that source. Or, I guess, lack of source. I'm just going to push things. Obviously, this is not going to look very pretty because I'm just sort of painting over what's already there. But it's just going to help your character read more. Right, and then you can come in with your light source here and then sort of illuminate your boy or whatever. Whatever you want to do, really, but... This is sort of how I would set up my piece, and then I would go in here and I would determine, okay, like how much of the light do I want it to touch? Because the way light works is it shoots in straight lines, right? So if I have a light source, like a screen, the screen is going to emit light in a straight line. And I always, when I paint, always, in my case, I don't know if other artists do it other ways. I know generally speaking, most artists do it this way, but when they render, you go from dark to light. So you start with the darkest scene possible, and then you build up the lights the other way around. There are people who do things the other way, but... What was the last song before this? It was... Black Kids by Oblé Reed. What do you mean render? Render just means like paint. Paint digitally. Or paint, like anything that you are detailing with painting, or adding color to, or shading, or whatever. Anything that sort of like encapsulates anything beyond line art, we call rendering. So when I say rendering, it's just kind of a catch-all term for adding color, adding shadows, adding lights, you know, adding gradients, whatever that isn't line art, you would consider rendering. It's all sort of like a big category. So when I'm rendering, I always start usually from a dark background. And this girl here, when I painted her, I did it on a very, very dark background. I don't know where my dark background is. Here it is. And the reason you do that is because on a dark background, it makes the colors a lot more apparent. It's easier to differentiate colors on a dark background. And you can tell whether like things are working or not. It just helps things read better. I don't know why. It's just sort of the way the human brain works. It just helps with legibility. But think of it this way. If you're walking in a dark forest, okay, and you're scared, and you're looking around at the shadows around you, you don't actually really see anything, but your brain is a lot more imaginative, and it sees a lot more shapes that you wouldn't normally see in the light. Because the light, things are more defined. And so it's a lot more... It feels like it's a lot easier to be more creative when you're working from darkness, because your brain will imagine shapes that are a little bit more abstract, and it can sort of run with creativity a little bit easier. That's how it was explained to me. That could be mumbo jumbo, guys. It might not be real, but that's sort of how I think about it. So I go from dark to light when I'm doing my colors. And like I said, light shoots in a straight line. So if I have a light source shining down on something, so let's say I have a guy here. So I have a guy here. And then I have like a light source shining on that guy. There's a lamp, right? It's got a little light bulb, whatever. Lamp. And it's shining down. It's going to shoot down in a straight line from that light source. In a literal cone. It cannot curve, it cannot bend, it cannot do any of that. Now, what it can do is it can bounce around. So if it hits a wall here, it's going to hit that wall. Let's say there's a wall here. If the light hits that wall, it's going to hit that wall and then it's going to bounce. And it can bounce in a number of directions. It can bounce that way, it can bounce that way. It just depends on the angle of the wall. And when it bounces, it loses some of its vibrancy. Which is why a lot of light that hits, like let's say you take this guy now and you move him over here. Well, now when the light hits him, it's not going to be as bright and as sharp as it would be if it was being directly hit, right? Because it's now bounce light hitting him, which means it's going to have a softer glow. It's not going to be as vibrant, right? So you have to factor that in too. Where's the light coming from? Is it a bounce light? Is it a direct light? How strong is the light? Is it warm? Is it cold? These are all things that you need to think about when you're designing or when you're making your choices for rendering your character. Is it a black boy? Was it? I thought you were adding to my point. Like you have to consider his skin tone too, which you do, by the way. But it was Black Boy by who? It was Black Boy by. It's really funny. Black Boy by Oblé Reed. OBLEREED. But yeah, so I know I didn't paint over your thing here, Symphony, but I'm hoping this gives you a little bit more direction when you tackle the next piece, and things to consider. Is light source direction, warmness or coolness of the light source. So that's sort of what I'm going to give you for now. But I think you did a good job, you know? I just think you could be a little bit more deliberate with your selections. That's all. And then you really sort of become the master and the god of the environment that you're designing, and that's sort of, you know, a way to go about it. Okay. Back to my freaking Han Dynasty guy. I just spat all over my tablet. See why I said I suck at digital art and rock in traditional? All this stuff applies to traditional. It doesn't, this is not an exclusively digital thing. That being said, if you're painting in digital, you probably wouldn't go from like super dark to super light because it's very hard for the paint mediums to work that way. It's gonna end up looking not great. But you will usually start with a darker canvas, but you won't color in like the area. Like you wouldn't block it. You'd leave the middle part out, but I know, but I don't draw with a mouse traditionally. Yeah, I get you. Okay, where's my freaking Han Dynasty guy? Where is he? His little head's over here. I gotta color pick this dude. There we go. I gotta get back to this. Drawing them with a mouse is definitely digital art on hard mode. Godspeed. What up, Casey? How you doing? Yeah, it is. It's crazy difficult. Like, I would not recommend drawing with a mouse ever. If you can get a tablet, I would highly recommend it. Oops. I don't want to make his head so stretched out. Hey, been lurking a while making chicken and rice. Oh man, now I'm wondering what kind of depraved things you heard me say earlier. We were just talking about rendering. We were going through some critiques. We had a chatter who submitted a very smutty critique earlier, so we got a little smutty with our descriptions, but we're back to being wholesome chungus now, so it's all good. Sextra over on YouTube says, I was drawing with a mouse on Roblox, playing an art game with my nephew. Oh, that's pretty cool. Chicken and rice. Yeah, I know. I was actually just thinking about how hungry I am. But I'll eat in a bit. Not quite there yet. Okay, let me get rid of this line here. I missed that. Had the volume on the low side and cooking sounds must have drowned it out. It's for the best. It's bad for my online reputation to be talking about all the smutty things Dad who likes to draw. If that was smutty, I would love to see Beef submit a critique. She's tried, and I actually, like, told her straight up not to do that ever again. Because she just, like, posted, like, not safe for work stuff in the Discord. Which we don't allow, by the way. Okay, I think I'm gonna curve this a little bit. Just to show a little bit more roundness in the eyes. Again, I drew someone entirely appropriately dressed for the beach. You're right. You just put them in the most sus pose humanly imaginable. True. It was yummy, but I ate too much. Now I can't get off the couch. Oops. Uh-oh. Casey's in a food coma. Please do not post art of big sweaty dicks in the Discord. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Save them for the DMs, guys. That's between you, God, and whoever you're sending them to. What is going on? What layer am I? Oh, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. That's why. Okay. Let's fuse these layers. Fuck it. Merge with layer below. Legit. Fading in and out while digesting carbs. It's impossible to move in coma state. Oh my god, you're just making me hungry. I'm so hungry, guys. I'll go eat in a bit. I'll probably, at the 3-hour mark, I think what I'll do is I'll go make a little snack. I'll go make a little tuna sandwich or something. And, yeah. Is there a Discord link? There is. There sure is, right there. Oh. Just make sure to read the rules so you don't end up in an embarrassing situation where I have to shut you down live. Your mods are lacking here? Jadu, you hear that? What are you doing, dog? What do I pay you for? I'm cutting your salary, dude. You're being cut in half. Boss, you get everything Jadu's been making in exchange. I stepped away for 2 seconds. There you go. Now Jadu has to pay snack instead? That's right. You owe me. I don't pay my mods, guys. Don't worry. Bad things happen when you cut a single atom in half? Is this something that's been, like, you know from experience? Have you been making a lot of bombs extra? They're fantasizing about Fat Harry, explicit and explicit. Now that I said it, they can't help themselves. That's chat, dude. What are you gonna do? I can't control people gooning in chat, alright? It is really weird. Like, my biggest mistake, I think, when it comes to drawing faces is making the eyebrows too high up. It really is sort of like my more... It's my more frequent mistake. It's the thing I do the most, is I elevate the eyebrows way too much. I think the nose is also very large now. This other eye is, like, very small relative to the front eye here. I have to adjust that. What's that art critiques in the Discord? If I send my art there, you'll see it. I don't know how that works. Yeah, so we're probably not going to be taking any more critiques today just because we focused, like, the first couple hours of stream on it. But when I'm live next Friday, I will go through the critiques again. Normally what we do is we usually do 2 or 3 critiques a stream, just so that I can actually have time to draw some other stuff. But yeah, the way it works is you post in the critiques channel. If I'm live and you're in chat, I will go over your work. I won't go over people's work unless they're in chat, just because otherwise I don't want to get into a habit of people just spamming it. But yeah, critiques are closed for today, but they will reopen next stream. And then I just offer feedback. That's all. I really don't like this song. I'm going to put it on a different playlist. I feel like it's ran out of songs to play. I did want to listen to Nobody Knows Plus a bit, but it seems like we're just doing instrumentals now. Let's put on some other weeb shit. You never know. If you ask again in the last 10 minutes, he might change his mind. That's true. I do. I am very inconsistent with my hard lines. I suggested one an hour ago. You suggested what? The The critique, you mean? Oh, a song? Did it not come up? We have a song redeem symphony. I don't know if you've been using that. Like, all of the songs that have been popping up are basically songs that people have been queuing up themselves. As well as, like, a playlist that I have now. If you want to listen to anything that you want to listen to, though, it did, and it paid, and me paid. It did, and you paid. Okay, as long as you got your song request. What the fuck? Okay. Zach, what are the rules about posting in Discord when you're streaming? There's no rules. I mean, use the appropriate channel. What do you mean? Are you concerned about doing something? Alice, thank you for the follow. Arr! What are you concerned about? Oh, by the way, Symphony, it doesn't take YouTube links. It's not gonna work if you drop YouTube links in there. So it's gonna queue up the wrong song, most likely. But I can remove that from the queue. If you tell me what song you want, I can queue it up for you. Okay. Is that available on Spotify? It has to be on Spotify, unfortunately. I love your little mouse avatar. What a distinguished gentleman. I'm so distinguished, chat. You guys hearing that? Ginger Snaps, you know it's good. You know I'm distinguished. Alright, let me see if I can find your song. Right now we've got a couple things queued up, but I'll I know which one you didn't want queued up, so let me remove that. Horizon Pulse. It's not Forza, is it? I can't really find... I can't find it on Spotify. If you send the link in chat, I'll go off that link. But just make sure, guys, when you do the song request, just make sure it's in Spotify. Just because that's how this thing's hooked up. I wish you had a YouTube-based player instead of a Spotify one. YouTube just has way more song options. Well, unfortunately, that's just not the way it works with the bot. And I don't think there's a strong YouTube bot. And I feel like there's a risk that people are going to start putting on, like, you know, actual YouTube videos and stuff like that instead. But just wait until he jump scares you with the Booba mouse. No, I'm distinguished, Casey. I would never. Plus, we're a capitalist society here, okay? You got to pay with your snack tax if you want the Booba. I've never had my parents not safe for work hard is bad. Dashed out, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. You've never had your parents not safe for work hard is bad. So that means you have had them say it's bad. Someone redeemed? Did they really? When? Oh, do a jiggle. Oh shit, I'm blind. Do a jiggle. It do, guys. It do jiggle. Ginger Snaps, am I still a distinguished gentleman? You know what's funny? It is getting to the point where basically everybody just assumes I'm like a mouse with boobs. Nobody actually thinks that I'm like a guy anymore. I think these eyes are a little far apart. I think I'll like it here now. That's all it takes, huh? This is why I get called Goonerbait on the internet. Tell them the secret lore about your titties. There's no secret lore. It's just that there's a a sort of you know how like a director will end a show and you can interpret the show however you want in two different ways, let's say. It's not necessarily that there's one good answer or one wrong answer. It really is interpreted by the viewer. And the interpretation here is that because mice have giant testicles, okay, male mice have giant testicles, there are theories that these might not be breasts and they might be my male testicles, okay? And it really is like it's like quantum titties slash quantum testicles. They both are and are not. It just depends on, you know, who's viewing them really. So take that how you will. All right. Oh my, those may have migrated a bit. Well, I've never claimed to be a mouse anatomy expert. Okay. Nice head snack, reminds me of a classic anime. Oh, this one here. Thanks. I'm trying to get this one right though. I think I'm still going a little too wide on the head. Walk away. You won't hear me say, please obey me. By the way, Symphony, I couldn't find your song on Spotify. If you have a link, you don't need to do your point redeem again. You could just send the link in chat and I'll add it. But I just could not find it, unfortunately. There's a bunch of songs that fall under that category, and I wasn't sure if it was the right one. Man boobs? Something like that. Please. Oh yeah, we're going for like a Han Dynasty vibe on this guy, by the way. It's the way that you're making me feel tonight. To let it go. Me. He looks like boyish. I kind of want him to look a little bit more masculine. We're going for like a warrior thing. He needs the like Fu Manchu like hairstyle, I think, or facial hair. Yeah, we need a little bit more. I really dig the like elevated eyebrows, the like angled up eyebrows. It's like almost like very like Disney Mulan-esque. How come you draw without the circle and line thing? I thought they were fundamental. What do you mean? Circle and line thing. Oh, you mean like the crosshair? Like this thing or whatever? I'd like to see what size my brush is. So the reason I do this is like I can toggle my brush bigger and smaller like this, and then that way I can check whether, you know, I'm about to do a massive blob or, you know, it's much easier for painting to control the stroke size. True, but to be so far north while sitting. Well, maybe I come from a tribe of mice that have practiced scrotum stretching for centuries. I don't know, dude. This is getting too deep for me. You guys choose the lore. I don't care. I didn't make it anyways, so... The circle with the line in the middle thing. Circle with the line in the middle thing. Oh, you mean... Oh, you mean like to draw a head. Like, you mean doing like a crosshair like this? Is this what you mean? Yes? Oh, okay. I've just been drawing a really long time. I don't really need to do it anymore. You don't have to do it like forever. It's sort of like a guide. Once you get comfortable with drawing features, I do use it sometimes for sure. It really just depends. Like if I'm tackling a really complex angle, like if I'm doing some sort of angle where the head is like, you know, off on an angle like this, maybe I'll throw a crosshair in there just because the angle is really weird. And I gotta draw like the bottom of the head and then blah, 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 blah. But generally speaking, it just depends on sort of the angle. The basic like 3/4 front on pose is pretty easy for me. I've just been doing it a while. Scrotum stretching mouse clan is far too much lore. I need you asked the questions. I'm just providing the answers. That's what I do. We're an educational channel. Loomis method? Yeah, it's not really Loomis method. Loomis method is like a lot more measured, where like actually I don't really remember all the Loomis method proportions, but it's something like you identify the hairline, then midway past that is like the base of the nose, then another midway past that is like the base of the chin, and then between that is like where the eyebrows would go, and then, you know, between that is where the mouth would go. I think that's the Loomis method, if I'm not mistaken, and then you just kind of connect the box to the head. I do use the Loomis method for tracking the ear, though. I add like the sort of like the crosshair here, the circle, and then I put the ear in the bottom quadrant. But generally speaking, you don't really need to use the Loomis method all the time, you know? So if this is the brows here, let's say. I mean, it is a scientific term. I'm a practical lady. Didn't expect Casey to say scrotum. You're losing your way, dude. I'm straying you from the path, Casey. I gotta stay pure. Honestly, to this day, even after learning it in school, I still don't like the proportion thing. The issue I have with the Loomis method, and why I like to simplify it sort of with like something like this, with like the crosshair, or, you know, even just jumping into doing the eyes directly, is because I feel like sometimes doing things with too much construction can flatten out an image. That being said, though, it really is like invaluable for a beginner artist to use construction. I think the benefit of construction is you don't have to guess as much when it comes to your proportions. And when you're drawing as a beginner, you're not always going to get like the fluidity of somebody who's a little bit more experienced. So it's not something you really need to worry about as much. It really is just more important getting the features in the right spot. And so construction can be really useful. But as you get better, you're not going to be as reliant on construction. That really is something that you become less reliant on over time. And that's not to say that you can't ever use construction to double check your work. Even the most senior artists you know are still going to construct things. And there's a lot of value in using construction in your shapes to get more complex poses down. But, you know, once if there are certain things like heads, for example, at a 3/4 position, I've just done it like a bazillion times. So I don't really worry about it too much. I just kind of go and, you know, tweak it from there. Dallas AMT, I stopped following methods, I just slap my faces together and pray. Yeah, it's the same at this point, you know. By the way, how do you learn to draw a head without construction line? It usually just bugs me so much that I need to use it every time. I feel like it would be faster without. What do you mean draw a head? Oh, draw a head. Like a literal... I was thinking ahead, like draw in the future. Yeah. How do you draw a head without construction lines? I usually start with the eyes and build around them. So typically what I think of is, first of all, is my head angled upwards, or is it angled downwards, or is it neutral? If it's angled upward, the head is going to be very different. So like we got this head angled upwards, and then I factor the eye in. So the eye is a sphere. If you're looking at the eye from the bottom, the eyelids over top of that sphere are going to be in a very different position relative to your view than the angle of an eyeball looked at from above, or a neutral position. So if you're looking at an eyeball from below, you're probably going to get a sort of upward curve like this, where the curve is going to be convex, or concave, sorry, to the bottom. Right? Something a little bit more like this. Whereas if I'm drawing an eyeball from the bottom, it's going to be the opposite. Right? So the curve is going to go the other way. And if you're doing neutral, it's going to be somewhat in the middle. You're just going to basically have like the top curve be that, like convex. Convex and concave is not a really good term here for this, but you're going to have the curve sort of C curving with the C facing down, and then another C curve from the bottom facing up. That being said, you probably wouldn't want to do it where the apexes of the curves are lined up like this. You want to offset them a little bit, because it's going to make it a little bit more visually appealing. Not that you asked me, but learning to think in 3D helps. I think of drawing as describing a form by sculpting with a pencil. Absolutely. And I think to add to that, like, if you really want to get comfortable, there's lots of exercises you could do to sort of get yourself... I'm going to try and find some room here. But there's lots of exercises you can do to train your ability to draw. And the reason people do crosshairs is usually just to define a plane of a feature. And what I mean by that is, like, let's say I'm drawing a box here. You need to make my brush a little bit bigger. Let's say I'm drawing a box. If I want to identify what face on the box is the front face, I could draw a crosshair. Because a box has multiple planes on it, like, if I want to convert this box into a head, I'm not necessarily going to know whether the head is facing on this plane, or if the box is, or the head is on this plane or whatever. And so there's a lot of value in sort of placing crosshairs to just identify landmarks or areas. You could use it that way as well. They're not really measurement tools, at least not the way I use them. I think some people use them that way, but you know, if I did something like this, that sort of indicates to me that the head is like tilted sideways. And so if I'm drawing the eyes, now I'm probably going to tackle it from this perspective or whatever. You know, and blah, 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 blah. So you can just sort of use your crosshairs. So weird drawing sideways. You can use your crosshairs to sort of identify, like, what faces on which side. And it's also why the drawing box exercise is so valuable, right? Because if you use a sphere, which a lot of, like, head techniques usually I tell you to do, it's very difficult to have a defined regional or plane shift on a sphere. A sphere is like, I don't know if this is the front of the sphere, right? I don't know if the front of the sphere is like up here. It's really, really, really hard to tell because there's no dividing lines on a sphere that separates out planes. So a box is a lot, it just provides you more information that you can use to construct things out of. Now, most human bodies are constructed out of spheres and boxes typically, and it's going to depend on what method you want to use. There's no wrong answer. I just prefer boxes because they have more objective transitions to their planes, which makes it a little bit easier to sort of define things, and it's a lot less guesswork, and it's a lot easier to double check mistakes, right? And then when it comes to human bodies and stuff and organic shapes, you kind of want to vary things up. So I could add like for the bicep here, I could add like a curved box, let's say. Something like that. You know? You could do all kinds of stuff. It really depends. It's up to you. And then, you know, you can maybe, if you want to box out sort of the deltoid, you could do that. It's blah, 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 blah. This is where the creativity comes in, right? You could just sort of define this however you want. But the point is, like, having these plane changes, it indicates information to you. And what type of information, you might ask? Well, let's say I'm painting this. I know where I add my gradient now as it transitions from this edge to this edge. These values that I put in here, like let's say I'm coloring this with the skin color, the values I'm putting on the front, the top plane here is going to have a certain sort of local color, and then the local color might shift, or the values might transition to a darker value on a plane that's like maybe not as directly impacted by light. So if the light source is up here, let's say, I'm going to do the light source in red. Let's say my light source is up here, and I'm shining the light down. The line shines in a straight line. It doesn't curve. Light can't curve. And so because of that, you know, the planes that are directly parallel to the light source are going to have much more vibrant and bright colors. And so thinking of things in a box sense really just sort of helps you define planes a little bit more, which is why I like to do it that way, but you don't have to. Anyways, you can do it however you want. You can render it as a sphere. You can render it... Art really is sort of very multifaceted in terms of how you can approach things, but... Also, Cat Snack, what should I call you? Just Cat Snack? You call me, most people call me Snack, I think. Some people call me Cat, which always sounds weird. I feel like Cat just kind of sounds like a... I mean, I guess it all kind of sounds like a pet name, but... I am a grown man on the internet who LARPs as a mouse, so, you know, call me whatever you want. I really don't care that much. There's methods, but I haven't been able to pinpoint how to transition from construction to winging it. I still construct sometimes. Let me draw right now and figure out if I do forget. Yeah. Yeah, I still use construction for sure, especially when it comes to foreshortening. Like, something like this, where I drew this arm, like, very, very, very front on. I had to use reference and I had to construct it because I had to sort of think of like where the overlaps are going to be, what the appropriate like perspective is on the cylinder of the arm, all that stuff, right? So that's where construction can really come in, where the hips sort of connect. And by the way, when I talked about like this box exercise where you're drawing these boxes, guys, this is like part one. Okay, if you really want to level up your skills, you want to go beyond this, and you want to convert these boxes, instead of being boxes, you could change them into being like organic shapes. So instead of doing like a box like that, let's say, which is a little bit of a crooked box, But let's say you want to do, I don't know, like a weird squiggle like this, right? So I'm going to define this with planes and contour lines, and then I'm going to basically try and rotate this in space. So this is just another way that you could think about it. You could slice this up however you want, and then you could try and rotate that. It's kind of like a peanut almost. But and then I could think of like, okay, what if I did this from the front? So I got these sort of lines coming through here. And then I'm gonna, where my overlap's gonna be based off of these contour lines that I defined here, right? And then maybe it'll be something like this. So this is the value of defining your contour lines and sort of, you know, where everything goes and blah, 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 blah. Anyways, I'm sure a lot of you guys get it, but I call him Poppy, unfortunately. I like drawing the construction lines, then completely ignoring them. A lot of people do. You could call me Dally. That works. I'll call you Dally. Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, Dizzy. How you doing, dog? I call him Catherine Snackery. He doesn't. He's lying to you. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, I was doing this guy. I use reference and construct all the time. Amen. I call him Baby Boy. No one calls me Baby Boy. A homework from last year. That's true. We did do that as a homework assignment. Okay, I'm going to masculinize this guy a little bit. What I'm thinking about when I'm trying to make a more masculine guy is basically just adding more rough and tough features. So instead of having soft transitions on his cheek, maybe I'll add some hard edges here, you know? Something like this is going to be a lot more masculine than what I had before. Now, do I want to overdo it? I don't know. We'll see. Right now, I'm just going to start with this. This chin is a little out of position there, but I don't think you could pronounce Mahdi. Can you? Probably not. I got English and French. Those are my only two language abilities. Beyond that, I'm just going to be butchering your names, okay? If you guys have names that are foreign to anybody who lives in the West, I apologize ahead of time. Damn, you just did. There you go. What can't he do, guys? A lot of stuff. I am going to soften these, but I'm just going to sort of elevate the cheekbone, I think. You guys are foul for requesting this song, by the way. He can't parallel park. I don't know if it's true, but I just think it would be funny if it was. I probably can't. Fun fact, guys, I don't have a driver's license. I'm an urban man. I live in, like, the core of a city. Well, actually, that's not true. I have a driver's license, but it's not, like, a full driver's license. I told myself I was going to rest, but now watching you, I want to work on my character sheet too. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Do it up. What are you waiting for? Get to it, big dog. Urban Mouse. That was so cathartic. Thanks, Dad. I'm proud of you, son. Damn. So wholesome. I think I'm going to make the brows a bit bigger. I never draw dudes, I'm realizing. I had like that thing for a while where I almost exclusively drew men. And then the last year, I basically almost exclusively drew women, and now I try and do a good mix of both. I just feel like it's very, you get like really rusty is what it felt like for me. Like if I didn't draw like a diverse group of people, it became really really difficult to like sort of get back to it, you know? Mad Ryu over on YouTube says, "Wow, I love the way you draw faces. You need more views, dude." You know what? Couldn't agree more. I need more views, more money, less job, all that good stuff. Okay, let's see my references here. What I could do. Okay, my thing could be tilted forward a little bit more. What's your job, bestie? I just got a new one. I'm not actually public about what I do for work. I have said I work in like a sort of like corporate sector. A bit of a mix between sort of law and finance in that sort of area. I do nothing related to art. I will say that though. I don't know if I'm digging these eyebrows. I work in video games? Poor child. I used to work in the animation industry, so I get it, dude. Very adjacent to gaming. Yo, what's up? 6 sketches. Thank you, Animatrix, over on YouTube. He's hiding his employment so we don't know how rich he is. No comment. I worked in construction this summer. Hell yeah, dude. My shoulder could not handle construction right now. I work in college. Don't do college, kids. That's right. Stay out of college. Okay, I think this guy's looking a little bit more traditionally Han. I wish I was unemployed but still got paid. That's my goal, dude. It would be the dream to literally just do this every day and never have to worry about going to work and sitting in a gray cubicle ever again. I wish I had a cubicle. Yeah, when I worked in animation, we had like half desks, dude. I had to sit face to face with someone. My angle was like, if you're doing like a 3/4 top down like view or whatever, like my desk was basically like this with my laptop on, or not my laptop, my monitor and my keyboard. And then I would sit like right here or whatever. Here's my big ears. My like caked up booty. This is me. This is my little mouse guy. This is me at work, okay? In animation. And then I'd sit next to some other freaking guy, just like right here. We just stare at each other all day. It fucking sucked. I hated this setup, dude. This was like the worst setup. If you're an animation studio owner, dude, don't make people look at each other all day. It's such a dumb setup. I hated it. It's so quiet too, which is like the worst part because everybody sees everybody. And so because of that, nobody talks because nobody wants to disturb people, which is great. Did you guys ever kiss over the table? No, but sometimes our toes would touch, and it was like weird. My foot would like brush up against his, and we'd be like playing footsies, and I'd have to be like, oh, my bad. Ooh, gay. Don't get excited, dude. Your Yowie snack dream. It's not coming true, all right, guys. I'm the enemy, okay? I'm a straight white man. You're not getting any Yowie spin-offs here. I can't hide here? Yes, you can. You can hide here. Thank you for the follow. I can't hide here. Wait, you don't wear shoes? I mean, I did wear shoes. I guess. Well, I make it sound like we were like interlocking our toes romantically. We just my foot would like touch his. It wasn't anything like beyond that. There's yaoi everywhere when you have Fujo vision. I don't know what that is. I'm scared to ask what that is. You can tell me if you want to, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Animatrix, I see your media really love the expression. I suck at it. I gotta work that up too. Well, look, man, there's tons of ways to improve. I think you just gotta get to it and put some pen to paper or pencil to paper or stylus to tablet, whatever you got, and just practice. You'll get there. I still think his like chin is kind of weird here. It's not really it's like very like I feel like I'm doing a very like realistic take on this guy, but then his chin is just like very anime. It's like pointed. Man, I really don't want to explain what Fujoshi is, Kimdo. You can't be saying this stuff and then hiding your little secrets, dude. Come on, guys. We can't let her off the hook. She's talking about Fujo Vision, and she doesn't want to explain what she's talking about? Come on. Jesse, can you draw a FNAF character? No, unfortunately not. You will not make this monkey dance. Like Foxy? Nuh-uh. By the way, guys, for a lot of the new viewers, if I'm talking to people and it sounds like I'm having a schizophrenic episode, I'm also multi-streaming on YouTube. I am not going insane. Fujoshi means girls who enjoy yaoi. It's like most chicks I know. Nah, you just have dementia. I'm not that old, okay? I may be a boomer mouse, but we're not that old yet. YouTube chat's his secret lover. Why are you telling people, dude? You should stream on TikTok too. I'm too worried about like the influx of like TikTok brained individuals coming into my chat and ruining my vibe. 30's old. It is when you're 30. This is a very weird hat. I think I'm gonna change the angle on the hat. I think we could do a more interesting shape. I don't know if this is really working. Ancient. So ancient, dude. As someone who just turned 30, yep. I'm 31, so, you know. Respect your elders, everybody. Nah, 30's a young man, 40's old. Shit, dude. Shots fired. Snack, I have no clue how I'm gonna decorate my stream overlay. All I came up with is a little gif of a happy capybara to tell me if my stream froze. I didn't even have a PNG tuber for like a solid year and a half, so, you know, you probably don't have to put too much thought into it. Yeah, I don't really know if I dig the way this is going right now. I gotta tweak this. Let's color pick the sort of lighter eye here. Still feel like the eyes are very, very far apart. I think it's just because they're small. So let me see if I can tweak this. I'm 21. Damn. I remember being 21, dude. I was so dumb. I was like an idiot until I was like in my mid-20s, basically. You're safe for now. Oh yeah, the mods are on the hunt. They're trying to ban people who don't read the freaking rules. I'm 14, NFT. You're so lucky. I know you're not because you'd be banned instantly. These song requests are interesting, guys. The like back to back of just like changing genres is very interesting. I really don't like. There's something just sort of flat about this image to me. There's nothing like It's missing some sort of appeal. I'm trying to figure it out. I find it yucky that I'm gonna be the same age as Snack in 7 days. Damn. Damn. 1 foot in the grave, dude. I feel bad for you, really. Okay, how close to the top of their heads? Okay, you can see their hairlines. Neck's a little wide here. It seems like we're beefing on who has the better playlist. Hey, whatever, dude. It just makes it one less thing that I have to worry about when you guys just queue up whatever you want. As long as you don't queue up Monastery Bells on repeat like that one guy, I don't care. Okay, you can go crazy. I'm not that picky. And I'm not really paying attention right now because I'm trying to like figure out this this design. I'm gonna add some thickness to the hat or the helmet or whatever this thing is, the like turban thing. Because I feel like it was a little flat. There just wasn't enough shape variety in there, you know? By the way, my work didn't look AI, right? No, your work did not look AI. I promise you, your work did not look AI. Besides, getting accused of AI when you're drawing things by hand is just the compliment, dude. It's like being asked if you're on steroids when you just work out naturally, you know? I've been here most of the time. I just changed my name. She's off grid, dude. Great, now I can load it up with my Tibetan throat singing playlist. You can. I actually don't hate Tibetan throat singing. I think it's pretty sick. More like it got me crushed, to be honest. I was so offended. Plus, I got kicked out of a server I liked. That honestly, dude, I would just say you know, if you're getting kicked out for that and accused of that, either they're lying to you or they have absolutely no eye for art at all. So I wouldn't feel too bad about it. Hmm. You're making me want to draw it, Dally. What are you waiting for? Get to it, dude. And then you post your art in the Discord so I can see it. I want to see everybody's art. Hey, Snack, have you heard of David's Tea? Give me a sec. Give me a second, I'll answer that. The answer is yes. The reason I hesitated is because I don't know if it's like a local thing, and I don't want to dox myself. And so I had to basically like look to see if it was like a global brand or not. Yes, I've seen it. I know of it. I just don't go there very often. I'm not a big tea drinker. I posted my self-portrait. Does that help? Hell yeah, dude. I see it. Looks sick. I really like your color choices. Very nice. For those who can't see it, go take a little look in the Discord and check under the art share. It's very nice. Have you tried chai? I've tried all kinds of tea, dude. I'm not a big tea guy, you know? It ain't my thing. I found the best tea. It's called Caramel Shortbread Cookie. No joke, tastes just like butter cookies. That sounds dope. I feel like tea shouldn't be delicious, you know? I feel like tea or any caffeinated product, it should just be like a thing you consume for the high. That's why I drink coffee and that's why I drink it black. I don't want to enjoy it. I want it to taste like shit. It's a drug, you know? It can't be too good. Ew, you Americans drink the weirdest shit? Oh, I'm Canadian. For starters. What the fuck? Fellow Canadian? That's right. Canada's just America's hat? Uh-huh. Tell that to all the countries we're trading with now. That you're not. Oops. Shots fired. Okay, let's not get political. Sorry. I'm gonna pull away. No, I'm banning any international discussions around which country's better and more awesome. America's just our panties. Okay, I'll allow that one because I'm biased. Okay, I need more room for this guy. There's not a lot of room. I want to give him, like, an outfit. I've been drawing too much shit on this canvas, dude. I gotta start a new one. Where the fuck am I gonna put him? I don't really know. Stop it. Okay, whatever. We're gonna put him... Just gonna erase this shit out. I don't even care. It's not important. We draw it again later if we need to. What layer is this on? Okay. I'm just gonna draw his upper torso here, and then I'll tweak it and draw his lower torso when I decide where the hell I want to put the rest of the room. Okay, let me look at some reference here. Do I want to go... I said I was going to do warrior, but then we also said noble. Noble was the thing we said earlier. I feel like a kimono is like so boring though. There's got to be some sort of other like traditional garb I could wear. Well, not me, but I know it's not called a kimono because he's not Japanese, but the only term I know it referenced as, so. Guys, no politics talks. I'm banning that right now. I'm gonna start timing people out, and I'm gonna, you know. You've been warned. Can someone make me a cup of tea, please? Like, bring it to my house. I'm too lazy to get up. You're gonna dox your address? Don't do that. I'm innocent. I've been drawing cappies like a good boy. Thank you, my child. You want fruit, ginger, or chocolate? Damn, we gotta take her. I feel like this shoulder's like kind of far. I would for the small price of a Canadian visa. Heck, I'll marry you for a visa. I love you so much. Be careful what you're asking for, dude. What up, Arthur? How you doing? What do I want the arm to be doing? Oh shit. Country. Dizzy, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. Damn, thank you, big dog. I appreciate you. Dizzy, save your money, dog. You don't have to keep giving me your money. I do appreciate it, though. I'll take it. But I'm just saying. Ah, Canada, the land I want to live in the most. I'm sure my husband won't mind if you brought in like a college-aged boy to live with you. Were you saying you're about to turn my age? It's gonna be a tough sell, I think. I don't care, but you can do whatever you want. I absolutely would get married just for the maple syrup and poutine. Chris is dumb. I made a Discord for you, mouse guy. Well, we got one, so I don't need your Discord. I appreciate it, though. Give it to someone else. Unless that's some sort of scam, then ban him. Jadu, I'm arming you right now. I download Discord for you. Please no ban. And then please no solicit in my chat if you don't want to get banned. They meant account, probably? Oh, if that's the case, then I appreciate you. Thank you for making an account for me. If you didn't mean that, I'm watching you. I don't want to be banned. That would make me sad. Don't worry. The link no work. The link yes work. Don't worry, big dog. You're not gonna get banned. Tiffany, you got nothing. You got no reason to worry. I'm just out for blood right now, you know? It's been too calm and peaceful in here. No, I have no 2-day account. I have no day account. I just made it. I don't know if there's like restrictions on that or not. I know some Discord accounts like don't or some Discord servers don't allow people that are like brand new to the platform. It could just be that, to be quite honest, in which case I don't think there's a whole lot I could do about that. I don't know if it's a good idea for me to modify those rules just to avoid bots and stuff like that, but whenever your account matures and ages a little bit more, you're more than welcome to join our Discord. I'm not a bot, please let me in. I'm not stopping you from joining. You can join. But if your account's too new, you can't. Like, that's just sort of how Discord works. And it's a protection to avoid new accounts from spamming Discords. So, you know, just breathe, take a deep breath. Try again in a couple weeks, and it'll be perfectly fine. Funny story, I actually got banned from a popular Twitch streamer's Discord because I tried joining when my account was too new. Happy birthday, Mom. Whose mom is it? Don't trust him. Sometimes I'll pick a person to sacrifice at random for shits and giggles. Jadu, don't lie. I know you like banning people. I know you like being the gun. It's okay. I meant their Twitch account was 2 days old. Yeah, I think Twitch has like a thing where you oh, their Twitch account was 2 days old. Oh, I see. That's a little bit more sus. Am I tripping, or did the audio just switch from like one ear to the other? I swear to God, it like bounced around there. Honestly, I kind of get why police abuse their power. Like, it's fucked up, but it's pretty fun. Keep your gun in your holster, dog. We don't have to kill anybody right now. I just feel like I could do a much more interesting pose, you know? This guy's just kind of boring looking. Guys, I'm gonna make a tuna sandwich real quick. When are my ads coming up? Oh, ads are running right now. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna get something to eat. Be right back. See ya. Be nice while I'm gone, guys. I don't want any arguing. Love each other. BRB. That this sandwich is so fucked, dude. I'm down to like one tortilla for my wrap, and it's like the most busted up, fucked up tortilla ever, dude. Whatever. What are you guys talking about? I'm missing stuff. Let me read chat while I eat. Okay, you've all been good, sort of. I'm sending you fresh tortillas. Please do, bro. These are barely tortillas. They're like Dempster's wraps. That's right. Read them and weep, baby. Okay, I'm gonna get some water and then we're back to it. BRB. %24 twink? Nuh-uh, dude. Not this guy. Okay, we're back. I don't like the way this is going. It's very boring. It's not fun for me. I'm gonna try and do a different one. Let me see. I need something like a more interesting head position, I think. The neutral, just 3/4, it's just so bland, you know? Even with this girl, it's just kind of boring. There's nothing, like, interesting going on. This guy's got, like, an angle tilt. This girl's got her head tilted down. All the cool poses have some sort of tilt. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this guy. And then we're going to shift him... Oops. Actually, I kind of like that. I prefer him being a little bit more narrow. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do a different head angle. And I'm going to experiment with some head angles here and then see which one I want to land on. I might do like a tilt of some sort. I'm back. Me too. I literally just got back. I'm doing a different drawing though, because I did not like how boring that last one was. It just was not a pleasant outcome. I went to eat something. What'd you eat? I'm front. Right, right. Can I be side? You can be bottom. How about that? Whoa. Not like that, NFT. What's the most depressing song you know? I don't know. I'm not, yeah, the Duck song. That's a good one. The Duck song is pretty depressing, I won't lie. That or what's the other one? It's like I'm parked in my car, I'm parking my car or whatever. The one about parking your car. A bagel? You ate a bagel? Dude, I need more bread. I'm out of bread. The freaking thing I just ate was like the last of my bread, unfortunately. So I gotta find something else. Bro, we listened to this already, didn't we? You just queuing up the same songs? Parked down by the lake, that's what it was. I think the most depressing song I know is Human Skin Truck Baby. I don't want to listen to depressing songs right now. And I know you guys are going to start queuing up depressing songs if I tell you which songs are depressing. I can't trust like that, you know? The Muffin song? I mean, you can watch from the cuck chair in the corner. What are you even talking about? I'll be on the corner. I don't want to be part of it anymore. Ah, I see. Yeah, NFT, you did set yourself up for that one. We'll do the Fu Manchu after. I'm gonna figure out the mouth first. Gonna make some cereal? Do your thing. The Muffin song. People seem to be having adverse reactions to the Muffin song. Now I'm curious. I think this head angle is more interesting than the last one, for sure. I still don't know if it's hitting, though, you know? I'm also losing sort of the Asian look that I was going for. I already don't like this. This is why I don't tell people what I do on the internet. If any of my colleagues joined while I was listening to this shit, there's no explanation I can give that's not gonna get me made fun of at work. Oh, this fucking song. How long is this? 3 minutes? We're only a minute in? Why does it feel like we've been through, like, most of this song already? I fucking warned you. Yeah, you put it on, dude. Oh no, you didn't put it on. Symphony put it on. Okay, I thought the warning was from the guy who put it on. I'm warning you. I'm gonna shoot you in the face. I shot you. I told you I was gonna shoot you though. What are we listening to right meow? I don't know. We're listening to the fucking Guantanamo Bay OST right now, I think. That's probably the most I've laughed in years. I can't breathe. At what? Snack, did you just Nia accidentally? No, every Nia I've ever done is on purpose. Also, I have no idea what that is. I only Nia on purpose, whatever that is. How can you Nia when you're a mouse? Oh, you mean like Nia like NYA, like the fucking anime shit. Yeah. No, I did not do that on purpose. I also did. I don't even. Did I do that? You guys are slanderous, dude. I typed right meow, which you read. I see. I read things literally. What can I say? It's just what I do. Okay, I would much prefer this drawing over the other one. I think this is a better direction to go. The other one was just so boring. It was just so bland. There was nothing interesting going on, you know? I do need to tweak the hair, though. I'm not really digging the hair, but I am fuxing with the rest of it. We need to make a cat redeem for Snack to get me to do what? Skip this song? It was a typo? Okay. I'm trusting you. I don't know why my headphone command is not working. I have to manually skip it. There we go. Unless you want to listen to whatever this is, nah. I missed 2017. Were you asleep? Chad, who keeps doing this to me? Symphony, why are you doing this? It's not me? Okay, who queued this up? I'm scrolling up. What are we listening to right now? Perry Grip. It's raining tacos again. Dude, where the fuck is the... Oh, it's Jadu? What are you doing? Jadu. This seemed like a symphony song, though, I won't lie. I'm not that cringe? Uh-huh. Right. Right. Oh, yeah. This guy's just, like, way cooler. I gotta save this. I really like this face. It's like I'm at Chuck E. Cheese. Does Chuck E. Cheese play a lot of Spanish music and cringe music? It's so much funnier when someone else takes the fall for it. The funny thing is, I feel like over time, I can genuinely get to know sort of like people's music tastes. And so there's some times where, like, a lot of you guys will have crossover, though. So sometimes I genuinely have a feeling of who would request that song. Symphony's just been, like, on a roll with the cringe shit today, so I figured it was him. It could have, like, if Yeti was more active in chat, I would assume that she's the one doing it, though. Because Yeti also likes stuff like that. Unironically. Not trying to throw strays at Yeti, but I do know her style. Whoa, I'm back, but I might go take a nap. Do your thing, dude. Get to sleep, dude. I like to throw curveballs every now and then. I see that. Whoa, did not mean to do that. Was that the Zelda sound? That was like the Zelda fairy, dude. I swear to God, that was the Zelda fairy. I'm not even joking. Yes, this is a song about Zelda? Stop. Don't stop lying to me. Holy cake? What are you talking about? Cake? Oh, you mean this guy? accidentally fell asleep because of a food coma, but had you another stream on in the background. Very weird dreams. I'm sorry I contributed to that, though. I am honored to be a part of your dreams, though. Honestly, streams have been fairly quiet lately, mostly just because I've been locking in. I've been trying to get a genuine, appealing face, because I feel like the last dude I did was just too bland. Just the front-on, face is, it's just not working. I feel like we need something a little bit more dynamic, so I added a tilt to the head. Did you sleep well, at least? I mostly dreamt I had a streamer roommate in the living room who was streaming in spite of my nap. Oh my god, dude. I would be... You know what? I'd be an awesome roommate, alright? I was about to say I'd be a terrible roommate. I wouldn't. You would have to hear me say the most insane shit and screaming at the top of my lungs, a few hours a week. But, small price to pay. Clearly, you could just sleep through it, so... Chat, what are we listening to right now? You guys putting on instrumentals. This is why people fall asleep during my stream. I mean, if you clean and pay rent, I'm good. Yeah, I'm pretty clean. My apartment's pretty clean right now. No, it wasn't you. It was the rice. The rice knocked you out. Damn. I like to think that I could put people to sleep, but some people. I actually had a buddy at New Year's. I had a little New Year's party. Fun fact. And my buddy, who doesn't know about my stream, by the way, he knows of my stream. He knows I stream, but he's never found my stream. I don't go around telling people very often. And he said he fell asleep during one of my streams. He said he was browsing Twitch and just came across my stream, and was like, "No way, that's me." And he was listening to it and then instantly fell asleep. So, you're not the first. Hopefully you had the booba mouse on. You know what? That's a good reminder. Why are my tits still out, dude? I've been blessing chat way too much. They gotta earn it, all right? Let me see those snack tax points if you guys want more titties. This shit ain't on the house. You're just a giver? That's it, exactly. I'm a man of the people. Way more comfy to look at like that? With or without? Do you mean comfy as in padded? Okay, now I gotta think of his fit, because his outfit right now is just very non-existent. Margarita over on YouTube, it looks so cool. Thank you, Margarita. You look cool, dude. Don't ask me how I know. Thank you, no worries. Comfy. Fuck you, autocorrect. I meant to type that. I see. Without? Does it accost your eyes? Too much boobage? It's not my fault, dude. It's just genetics, okay? I'll try. feel like the forehead could have a more interesting shape here. It's just kind of like angled back like too directly. Lose the glasses, nerd? Alright, we'll do. Here you go. Snack triggering people's schizophrenia again, I see. No, I'm not imagining things. There is a whole other chat that you don't see over on YouTube. I promise it's real. How does he look like this? Dude, my screen just like flickered. That's terrifying. I got like subliminally messaged with something. There's like way too much shading going on in here. I need to be a little bit more deliberate, I think. Chat, what are you guys queuing up? These songs are so weird. Why are you guys doing this to me? I stream my reactions to Snack's stream on Kick. You're just like a react channel, but you're reacting to me. That's probably not the greatest business model. I won't lie. Yep, skip. This was a typo. This one was a typo. I'm gonna skip it. Ah, much better. I recognize this. I think he needs more of a chin. Once I figure out what layer I did this on. It's one of these. There we go. I stream your reactions to his reactions on Picardo. Damn. I also choose sci-fi, modern, or feudal. What are you talking about? I meant you... The you look good comment. You look good comment. A little Eurobeat couldn't hurt. Go for it. Cue it up, big dog. I just feel like this, you know what it is? I think it's his like cheekbone that's just like too low. It like bugs me. I don't know. There's like a weird thing going on here with his cheekbone. You get lucky? You wanna get lucky tonight? You wanna get lucky? Oh my god, dude. What fucking layer is it on? I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I swear to god I selected that layer. Whatever, dude. Better. Better. Oh, yeah. Get lucky with me. You wanna get lucky with me? Too much. Too much. I don't want to overdo it. You should give him a beauty mark on his face. Like where? Like here? I don't know if it's not gonna read as a beauty mark. I do think I need to make his jaw a little bit more of an appealing shape. Give him a tribal tattoo of a dragon over his eye. You guys are making my life so complicated here. Why? I'd like to see your feelings on the animation of the work from the video that uses the song with Coco the Clown. Is that the rotoscoped one from like the early 1910s or whatever? Coco the Clown. Yeah, I've seen that. I mean, it's rotoscoped. It's not like, it's a different style of animation. There's nothing wrong with rotoscoping, but it's not like pose-to-pose animation or anything. It's literally just like a drawing over top of an actual video of some sort. There was also traditional animation going on. That's true. There probably was. I haven't seen it in a while, so. You know who this guy reminds me of? What's the like? You guys ever watch Dragon Ball? Is it Master Tao, or is it Master Tao? Is that what he's called? Master Tao. No, it's not Master Tao. Dragon Ball assassin guy. No, not Dragon Assassin. Dragon Ball assassin guy. Mercenary Tao, that's what it is. He reminds me of Mercenary Tao, kind of. Mercenary Tao. Not my intention, but I could see where my influence came from a little bit. Yeah, I gotta look at my references again. We're gonna do armor. They've got like the layered armor with like these like lattice spreads. This is like really intricate stuff. It looks like scales almost. I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe not on that top part. Maybe I'll do it on the bottom, but... The guy who kind of looks like Master Roshi, but young. Yeah, exactly. Mercenary Tao, that's his name. I do want to do some sort of, like, traditional garb of some sort. I was kind of thinking of doing that, but I don't know if I want to really do all that fabric. It is kind of sick, though. My computer is shitting itself right now. Come on, save. You can do it. My autosave is on. I'm stuck. I can't do anything. There's like something missing on the eyes too. Like there's just something a little off about them. I'm not really sure what though. Maybe the width. I don't know. There's something off about them. I'm gonna deal with that another day though. Petition for Snack to get some dancing emotes so I can spam them in chat. I do need some emotes, I won't lie. I have too many things I need to do. Epicanthic fold. East Asian people usually have those. That's the fold on the top of the eye though, right? Am I tripping? I just feel like there's like something unappealing about the way I did them. Like the shape themselves. I don't really know. Whatever. I'll think about it later. I'll tweak it later if I need to, but... It's not terrible right now. Yeah, it's the eye fold. Okay, maybe. I'll tweak the eyes a little bit later. I'm gonna do it on our new layer. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate him and then work on a new layer. That way I don't have to fuck with it too much, you know? Yo. I do dig the samurai looking armor though. I know it's not samurai armor, but I'm a weeb, okay? I just don't have a frame of reference. Oh my god, dude. This guy's audio is not great. I wish you would accept my gift of him growing boobs as an emote. I'm picky, what can I say? I'm trying to notice the pattern here. So there's like a cross line here. It's a string that goes into these little loops. It's split here. It's stitched together with these strings down the middle. This armor's very intricate. It is cool as shit, though. So it's gonna come down to like a loop here. He's a cock. I don't know if I'm digging this guy's vibe, dude. The music in particular. I just feel like he's kind of like offbeat. Am I tripping? Their audio is also very different. Like, they have, like, different mics or something. Alright, Daddy, I got a jet. Have a good stream. Alright, peace, Dizzy. I appreciate you coming out. And thank you for the sub, dog. You don't have to sub, by the way. I'm fine making no money. I'm not, but I am. Fuck. Shiru, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Welcome in. Okay, I gotta fuse these onto the same layer because it's getting very difficult to identify my layer here. Merge selected. All right, there we go. What's on this layer? A lot of shit. Okay, I gotta remember that. I don't need these anymore up here. Probably don't need this guy. Don't need that box. I'm just cleaning up a little bit. I don't really like this guy, so we're just gonna get rid of him. He definitely is offbeat, but don't you get it? It's avant-garde. It's deconstruction of rap. You're supposed to hear the good music in between all the bad notes. I see. It also sounds like he's got, like one rapper had, like, a completely different microphone. Like, they recorded it in different locations and then emailed it to each other, you know? Still feel like there's something off about this. Oh my god, Searle, I love him so much. Who's Searle? Searle's the ultimate goat. He makes music which falls under the EDM genre. Is this... Oh, this is who we're listening to? Is that it? I'm familiar with, like, the memes of this song. You know what? I'm wondering if the eyes are just too far apart, and that's what feels weird to me. It could just be the nose, too. The nose just feels a little... It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense here. Whatever, dude. I'm thinking about it too much. I recall a guy mentioning Eurobeat, and my mind immediately went to this. A guy? Voss, are you a guy? Oh no, this is Caramel Dance? The Caramel Dancing. Some people just have wider set eyes. Yeah, there's just like something on it. There's something off about like the appeal of it though. That's sort of my issue. It's not really like the width necessarily. I'm just wondering if bringing them in is gonna make it feel like there's stronger appeal there. Is it the gaze, the expression maybe? There's something. There's something. I'm gonna figure it out eventually. I'm not gonna worry about it too much for right now. I just kind of want to... I should focus on the armor a bit. This is gonna be insanely intricate to do. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. I love these types of characters. What does ICL mean again, guys? I can't lie. That's what it is. I love these types of characters. I can't lie. Amen for that, Shiru. The ear also should be higher, I think. That's going to be a tougher one to do, though. One of these days you'll learn internet speak. I'm a boomer, dude. I'll never learn internet speak. Okay. I think I kind of get the idea here with this. You know what? I think this needs to be curved more. Because it's wrapping around the cylinder of the arm, right? So it's gonna... I'm chronically online. I know all the internet speaks, sadly. Zzz. Zzz. I'm impressed. I don't know. I do know internet speak. I just forget it. I don't use a lot of it when I text, so it falls out of my memory very quickly. Oh, this is Searle, huh? Searle sweatshirt. I need a stronger gesture on this dude. Well, I'm a lot of things, but not a child, so sorry, I can't do that one for you. Can you explain to me what the skibbity on my Riz until I Ohio'd means? It's a good thing you're not a child, so we would have to ban you otherwise. You've passed the test that my mod threw out. Unfortunately, my mod's close to my age, and he probably actually knows what that means, unironically, so... It was a trap? What does it mean? I don't know, dude. Fuck. Asmo Hades, thank you for the follow. We get the double god. Asmodeus and Hades. Different layers of hell, I think. I think his chin is, like, really long. Whatever. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. There is some weirdness, but I'll figure it out later. Why are we banning kids? Because we're an 18+ channel, dude. It's gibberish. The entire joke behind brain rot memes is that adults don't get it and it makes them angry and confused. It certainly makes me confused. I don't like that. I'm just gonna stop fucking with the face, dude. No, I can't. I have to keep fucking with it. Cats are banned? Yeah. Cats are banned, dude. They eat mice. Well, I'm gonna bounce. See y'all later. Peace Symphony. Makes me lose hope in the younger generation that they can rage bait boomers like us. I do like this angularity on the cloak there. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm walking this. The face is just driving me crazy. I gotta do something to it. That ain't the move. Hmm. Why does this feel so weird? Whatever, dude. I'm just gonna ignore for now. The song gets recommended or requested so much, dude. You guys love this hentai song, huh? I too enjoy avoiding my problems. Snack. What up, Coco? How you doing, dog? MTC's peak. Okay, same guy, huh? See? You learn things new every day. It is good. It is just like, it's like super weebcore, you know? Not that there's anything wrong with that. Also a Searle song. I'm starting to recognize the style now. Oh my god. I grew up with Roblox and Searle, that's all I'm gonna say. I grew up with Minecraft and Call of Duty, I guess. I don't really know. To be fair, he also has a song about being friend-zoned, has a song about being addicted to drugs, so I feel like maybe he's not in a great place. Yeah, you don't say. I really don't like this. He has an entire saga about these MTC songs, and they all tie together. Someone has to request the MTC Saga song. Go crazy, dude. It's only 5 channel points. You could request it. You've probably been here long enough. Just make sure you drop a Spotify link. Ads. Uh-oh. It's kind of like triangle. It looks like it's like some sort of like S curve. Fave artist, honestly. I grew up with his music, so yeah, he has a spot in my heart for sure. How old is this like genre of music? I feel like I've only heard it in the last couple of years. MTC's like 8 years old. Like the genre, I assume you mean. I'm a small petite man. It's old, actually. It's called Happy Hardcore Genre. It was born. The genre was born in the 90s, but definitely got popular in 2000 and 2020. Huh. Weird. I mean, the genre, I guess, makes sense. I feel like I listened to stuff like that when I was in, like, high school. Crazy. Guys, we're just listening to the same... Isn't this, like, the same thing? Or is it just, like, a different version? Oh, this is the Saga thing. I gotcha. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if it wasn't for the moaning. I genuinely don't care. I listen to, like, the most foul music ever, so it doesn't make a difference to me. Probably wouldn't recommend it to my, like, 60-year-old dad, but, you know, whatever. So basically, Searle made a saga with a lot of these type hentai songs. I don't know what to call them. MTC hentai, MTC2, I believe. And he just mashed this one to a song called MTC Saga. I see. Bruh, I sound like a nerd. You just sound like you love hentai music. That's okay. There are worse things to love. Hentai music lover, I'm proud. Amen, sister slash brother slash person. Depriving snack of hentai? Shake my head. I wouldn't do it for me. Not my thing. I'm too old school. I just launched my slipper. Fuck. Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna wrap up stream here. Probably a good point to wrap up. We're gonna raid out. I found this random person to raid out to, so we're gonna raid out to them, and then I will see you guys all on Friday for the next stream. But I appreciate you all coming out today. And if you're new, because there's a lot of new people, make sure that you join the Discord. That way you can get live notifications. You can also post your art in the critiques channel. Get feedback from me next time I'm live. All that good stuff. You know the deal. Damn, no warning. Yes, sir, no warning. The warning is I'm tired and it's been 4 hours. So I'm gonna wrap up. We're gonna raid into... I don't know how to pronounce this. I saw them doing art though, so Hone. Oh, ow. But that's it, everybody. I appreciate everybody coming out, and I will catch you all on Friday. Thank you. See you there. Bye-bye.